Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second weekend of Overwatch League APAC 2023 season. I'm Achilles here alongside Avril, and we'll be once again guiding you guys through the action here today. Kicking things off, we've got two teams that had some opposite results, I suppose, from our opening weekend. We've got the Dallas Fuel, who are looking to bounce back after their opening match loss, as well as the Hangzhou Spark, who are looking hot and ready with that DPS duo of Shy and Leave.
Yeah, later on as well, the Shanghai Dragons looking to make their own bounce back, as are Infernal, who took a very, I would say, tragic loss in a 2-3 manner versus the Seoul Dynasty last week as well. So a lot of redemption to be had, I think, this week, especially in our opening day.
Yep, very much so. We'll see how these guys are going to be faring. Obviously, high expectations for a lot of these squads. Shanghai Dragons having a lot more to prove now, given the swaps that we saw that didn't really get to find too much value in that opening series. Granted, they did have a very tough opponent. But so do now the Dallas Fuel, who, we come in having fairly high expectations for them. And yes, they are a team that often has soft starts to the league seasons and whatnot. Same could be said for them last year, losing to the Outlaws in that opening Battle for Texas matchup. But then going on to become the reigning champions. The Hangzhou Spark, they're looking very much fired up and very much reinvigorated and reinforced by this new lineup that they have for themselves.
So, speaking of the Dallas Fuel, before I move into the Spark, I mean, things don't really get easier this week, I have to say, because they have to play up against the Hangzhou Spark and even later on the Infernal, who didn't look too shabby in their matchup versus Dynasty. So,
sure.
First match jitters, first week jitters maybe for the Dallas Fuel side. Week two, it's time to get the game on. It's time to get the game faces on for our returning champions, our defending champions, who had some, I think, high hopes coming into this particular season. Yes, they did lose some key pieces, but they retained some very key pieces as well. And I think there's still a good chance for success there. But they will be tested versus the Hangzhou Spark, who themselves look to be one of the top teams in this region.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good start for them. So Dallas Fuel, we'll see if there's going to be any kind of, changes. We don't think that there's going to be. We think we know exactly what's going to happen. But I guess before we get into the rosters, we'll take a look at the schedule here just to go ahead and lay everything out for everybody. Obviously, we're now jumping into the main bit of play, and it's really all just going to be this steady build up until we get to June for that mid-season madness tournament that's going to be happening right here. I say right here, for me at least, in South Korea.
Speaking of Korean teams, the Spring Stage Opens has now officially concluded, so we know who our top 6 teams from contenders are that will be joining the Overwatch League teams here in the Eastern region for the actual knockout phase. So things are going to get very exciting once, expected top teams like O2 Blast start joining the fray. And, maybe there's a chance that they could be pushing some of the teams maybe towards the bottom side of the standings. You're looking at Dallas and Shanghai right now, who did struggle in that first week. If they don't really step up until the knockouts, I mean, they could be at risk versus contenders teams as well. So it's time to really heat things up.
That it is. So, these 6 are going to be battling it out back and forth as we go throughout the season. Then we'll have a couple of representatives take part in that mid-season. But of course, the main prize is going to be at the very end of the playoffs. At the very end of the season, I should say, when we get into those playoffs and see who can be crowned the new champion. And I mean, I think this is one of the biggest mix-up years that we've had, at least as far as team name and power ranking, because previously you would say, okay, Fuel coming over here, they're going to smash Shanghai Dragons, always going to be a stable one. And, Guangzhou Charge, likely a team that's going to struggle. The power balance is very much right now. We have very strong teams that are going to be fighting for those top spots. But this is the matchups for today. As mentioned, Dallas Fuel up against the Hangzhou Spark, and then we'll get into the Seoul Infernal versus the Shanghai Dragons to see whether or not Shanghai have had some immense improvements over this last week, because it was a rough showing for them. Infernal, even though they weren't able to get the victory, still did play a very close set. They just kind of let those last 2 rounds of control slip out of their fingers.
Yeah, I mean, you can change the name, you can rebrand, but it still feels like the spirit of the Philly Fusion lives within them. That final map just slips through their fingers. Like I mentioned earlier, time for redemption maybe for the Seoul Infernal. They probably felt like they deserved to win that matchup versus the Seoul Dynasty in our first ever Seoul Bowl. First time we get the 2 Seoul teams playing against each other. Now, Shanghai Dragons, I mean, you talked about the questions on their heads, and plenty to be answered there, as are the Dallas Fuel in terms of the questions on their minds, because It was strange, but I did not expect that Piggy was going to be outplaying Hanbin, one of our, I think, leaders in the MVP race last year. So, yeah, Hanbin needs to be, I think, a force on this team. He was an absolute force last year. He needs to return to that right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the most crucial parts of that team. I mean, let alone just the role, but just the name itself and what is behind it as far as his legacy and his level of play that you come to expect. Definitely need to see that level up from him. But we keep giving these shout outs to Piggy. The glow up both in and out of game, continuing to look better and better for himself. So I'm very interested to see how that continues as well for him in particular as we get into those matches, in future days. Not today, we don't get to see it, but for now, we will focus in on the Dallas Fuel because, again, really high expectations. Everybody going to be chomping at the bit. There's obviously some overreactions, some copium, so there's a good deal of both sides going on after their opening match loss.
And we went through all the stages of grief. I mean, I saw it all over the socials, It was the copium, like you sort of mentioned. There was the overreactions. There was, just about everything on the spectrum of emotional reactions you could have to this. Some people will give Dallas a pass for now. Some people are hard dooming. I still think 1 week, one matchup, give the Fuel a pass for a little bit. I think once you look towards week 2 onwards, where they're still struggling, things are going to get really tricky here. And you can see here in the footage as well, in terms of what we got out of this roster last year, championship team. And even talking about some of the new players joining the team, we just got to see in this clip here MCD and Bliss. MCD has worked with Rush in the past. He's one of Rush's guys, and Rush, like Moon, likes to basically pick up players that he has confidence in, that he's worked with before. And Bliss, I mentioned this in the last broadcast, the probably #1 rookie prospect as far as the support position goes, coming out of Korea last year. So you got to believe that Rush can eventually make this team work. It just didn't happen in the week 1.
Definitely not. I mean, even the players that are a little bit more, known quantities within the league, the ones that have been around and consistently for the last couple of years, did look out of sorts. We already touched on Hanbin, losing out of that tank battle, but Sparkle and Edison also struggling at times when it came down to, trying to fight back against the opposing DPS duos. So looking for a more comfortable, leveled up performance here from the squad across the board to see whether or not they're going to be able to contend with the Hangzhou Spark. And if they can, I think that instantly it's going to be faith restored, very much renewed here in this Dallas Fuel squad, because again, you take a look at the side of the Hangzhou Spark, which we will do in a moment, it's just terrifying names in every single position.
And the other thing is, the meta really benefits the Hangzhou Spark, and it's not particularly great for the Dallas Fuel. They lost Fearless. He's on the Houston Outlaws, and Houston Outlaws are looking amazing in this Winston meta right now. Hanbin has to take up the mantle of the Winston player to take over for Fearless, who won Grand Finals MVP as well. So it's a tall order, even for Hanbin. Big shoes to fill for his tank partner. That's the part of the team. Winston, on one hand, you think this is kind of like an easy hero, right? But then you have to go up against guys like Gusho, who's a legendary Winston player, one of the best Winstons that we've seen in the history of all Winston players, up there with the likes of Miro, right? So, I mean, Miro in his prime, that is. So I guess the point is, Dallas Fuel have to kind of work their way around how they want to navigate this meta. Is Rush cooking? Does he want to bring Zarya back in? Wasn't particularly great last week. I don't think it'll be good again this week.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Zarya, for like a brief little stint defense point A on Hollywood, and then he was forced to swap, try to go to the Doomfist, and then immediately is pushed back over onto the Winston because they then need to contest the high ground, moving over towards point B. It was a really rough showing across the board for Dallas Fuel, so I'm not sure if they're going to feel confident enough to go back to it. We'll have to just wait and see. But, I mean, as you mentioned, Gushue, a legendary Winston player in his own right, we saw the double Winston dive coming out here from the Hangzhou Spark, jumping into the back line as Lee was playing Echo, gets the duplicate on the opposing tank, and suddenly there's 2 Winstons just jumping on top of your supports and just absolutely no way to peel off both of those players. So that's a really scary prospect here for the Fuel. I got
a fun fact as well for this particular match. That's right, the fun facts are back for 2023. Leave, this is his first match versus the Dallas Fuel since the 2021 season, because you have to remember, Chengdu did not do well last year. So this is the first time, for especially him and the Chengdu guys coming into the roster to play up against Dallas. And we talked about the matchup already, but Hanbin versus Gushrey on the Winston. This is the pivotal hero for the meta. Gushrey, his history speaks for itself in terms of him being dubbed the Primal Blade, one of the best Winstons that we've ever seen. Hanbin's kind of still learning the hero. Stats-wise, Hanbin's not doing too poorly. I think he's actually keeping up with the stats. I mean, they don't look bad at all. Gushrey has less deaths, which is very important here. damage is kind of whatever. It depends on how frag heavy your DPS are. When you're playing with Shy and Leave, I mean, they're going to be doing the bulk of the damage, so maybe not surprised that Gushue has less damage than Hanbin, but really the eye test and the impact of how that Winston gets played, how good your primal mechanics are, how long you can stay alive, which obviously you need some good supports as well. That's going to be the pivotal factor between these two Winstons in this particular matchup. But I'm excited just to see Lee versus Dallas again, because I got some good memories of him playing versus Dallas 2 years ago.
All right, well, as we take a look at the map set, it's going to be the Antarctic Peninsula kicking things off. And moving to Kings Row, Rialto, Colosseo, and Oasis. So plenty of familiar faces as far as the maps are concerned. As I get to cast Antarctica for the first time. So this will be fun.
Ah. You haven't done Shambali yet, I don't think. So that one still avoids you for now.
No, we did Shem. Not this season, but last season, I believe.
No, I don't.
To some extent.
No, there was no Shambali last season.
Am
Shambali
I going
only
crazy?
got. No, I think you are. Shambali only got added into the pool this season, because I remember the first time I casted it was on Contenders Australia this year.
I could have sworn that maybe I've just watched enough of it that I feel like I've casted it.
You secretly casted Shambali without me. How dare you?
That must be it. Okay.
As I
Either way.
did that to you. So.
Oh, it was I think we had it in the show matches that I casted the Wolf in the alt.
Ah, correct.
That's what it was. That's where I'm getting that from.
Well.
Okay. I'm just adding that into the 2022 season. Either way, now that we've got my memories sorted, we can go ahead and continue onward as we get into the game and see how this battle is going to go as the gates get ready to unlock. And so far, it looks like the TP4, but Shy is going to be coming out with the Ashe.
Okay, here we go. Hanbin on the Junker Queen. This is very important because we've seen a lot of NA teams try and bring this out recently. Glads vs Toronto was an important matchup. This is what Dallas Fuel need, because if you're not going to play the Winston, you have to play the anti-dive, the anti-Winston, and the one comp that really messes up Winston right now is the Junker Queen comp. But they're missing the Torb and they're missing the Reaper.
Life across. Doing too much here. So they decide to finally push forward and break down this comp from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Leave her on the backside, getting noted. Sparkle calling out his location. It's going to be widely fine here as the Tracers continue to duke it out. The point going to be unlocked. Dallas Fuel posturing forward just a little bit more as Hangzhou Spark currently hovering on that low ground, but Gushue dropping down, looking to match this one. They are getting forced back just a bit though, so they're getting closer and closer to the cap, but Leave goes in. Not sure quite how he got the kill, but either way, does manage to find that first blood. Sparkle's going to be taken down. Dallas Fuel just have to completely surrender this capture now over to the Hangzhou Spark to get started.
I mean, he just kind of duels out, wins the 1v1 versus Sparkle the same way he did versus Viper last week. Leaves first match kill of the opening 2023 season. He'll match it again now, second week. And again, this is a Dallas Fuel composition that is trying to counter Gushue's Winston, but they have a lot of struggle to actually move forward. Trying to put the pressure on the Gushue right now, it does force the Spark backwards.
Just watching Shy's HP bar. I mean, he gets hacked, but doesn't really take any damage at all in that back line. Edison is building up somewhat steadily, 25% away from the EMP that's going to be ever important. He's going to break open this point. This Pulse Bomb still going to be pocketed here by Leaves Tracer. Dallas Fuel looking to reroute a little bit, make their way up onto the high ground as well, look to drop down perhaps on top of them, but
and I'm not talking about the coach, they need the Kitsune rush from MCD.
Yeah. So at the ready, he's going to go ahead, pulls the trigger on it, lets it loose. Nano goes forward. Gushue going to be amped up now. Hack comes down, he's got the bubble on the ground. Now he has that primal at the ready. Bob goes in from Shy, Pulse Bomb out from Lee. Kill gets found, MCD going to be taken down. And with those two kills now, with Sparkle turning him in the grave, yeah, it's just going to be a snowball effect. And Bliss has to make his way out of here. So 60% going to be on the board for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They dumped a decent amount of their ultimates. 3 going to be used in the fight, but they nearly have another 2 ready to go.
You can see the pressure there from the Spark side as well, because they hold on to the point and they don't actually have to move forward. They just have to keep the gates essentially locked for the Dallas Fuel. Dallas are forced to use a Kitsune Rush to break open those gates. They didn't have the other ultimates. The Sound Barrier wasn't there. The EMP, the Rampage, none of that was available at the time, so they just had to rush in. Meanwhile, Spark, they had things like the Nano Boost, and if required, Gushue could have even primed that fight to stay alive.
Looking for a little bit of damage, or at least forced position here on the Gushue.
Last fight, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, final fight, 92% ticking up. Langs up, waiting on the rally, pops it now. Edison goes in, the EMP comes across, manages to find both of those supports. Now, cut through from Anbin, manages to find an anti out on the 3 members, and Langs is going to be the first one to fall, but not taking down Sparkle with him. Monk trying desperately to stay alive, but just doesn't have any self-healing really to rely on. Looks like he can get that made off. Now, Gushue lets loose with the Primal, and Anbin is just cleaved down. This is the Primal play that we're talking about time and time again. Bliss tries to make his exit. Kushmei continues to pursue, takes him lower, finds the kill, and it's just going to be a clean up here at the end of it all. OT bleeding away. Sparkle trying desperately to extend this overtime, but cannot do enough. It's 100% to 0 to kick off the first round.
And it's not the only 100% to 0 that we see here as well on the scoreboard. Let me explain what that means here. That
dear.
EMP from Edison that drops onto the back line where, you know, Lynx actually had the rally out early, and that green HP kept Monk alive even though Lynx dies. And Lynx dying, that, by the way, was the only death the Spark suffered that entire round. Everybody else, Shy, Leave, Kusha, and Monk, deathless. Only Lynx died, and only to the EMP, and only in the last fight.
I kind of knew where you were going to go with this. I was going to maybe try to stop you and spare the Dallas Fuel fans, but...
Look, I got to get the stats out there. You know me well, and I cannot tell a lie. And there's not even, you know, there's not even any emotion attached to it. I'm just spitting out the raw facts as it is.
Sometimes you don't want people to be honest, Avril. Sometimes you want to be lied to. Mask the truth, mask the pain. Either way, the second round now to try to get themselves established here in the first map of the series. Not going to be any changes though from the side of the Dallas Fuel, just sticking with it. Shy gets himself in behind, looks for the hack across. Not going to find it. There's plenty of people coming to his rescue, but Shy is still able to exit out to safety. Minor lead at the moment towards that EMP.
Look at Monk's positioning. As a bit of an Overwatch position over everything. I'm not just talking about the game here. That is a brilliant first blood from Edison, though. But he flips the script on how we started on Labs.
Much needed. Monk missing out on that sleep dart, ends up getting taken down. Lanes are now going to fall as well, and that should be, yep, Fuel finally getting himself some percentage gain here on the point. Initial lockdown is there. Looking for some follow-up. Gushway going to be the last one who dies, so a little bit of extra time bought.
Yeah, I mean, that hack from Edison to clear leave starts the 5 versus 4. Spark losing what is going to be their clear carry from the DPS position to bring one back. I mean, it would have to come down to Shy to get an even trade up, but not in position to do so. Now the Dallas Fuel in the lead for our second round. Can they snowball this one forward? The only ultimate coming online is Sparkle. He's in trouble.
Hacked out. It does manage to get the recall off, goes back up to full HP. Still going to be under fire, but Shy and Leave as well. Being chipped away at. Going to be receiving some healing links, trying to keep him up and alive into the fight, but the hack comes through. The dive is there, and Edison managing to find that elimination. Monk now going to be taken down. Edison taking a very slight lead in towards that EMP charge, which he should be able to continue to build up. Shy finds one as a parting gift, but yeah, Edison starting to really frag out of control now. Still going to be behind Shy at the end of it all, but still fairly close between these two Sombras getting that EMP up.
In terms of impact, you know, despite the EMP charge, Edison's impact has led to multiple eliminations now, multiple frags coming on through. So that's been important for the Dallas Fuels. They win 2 fights in a row, and plenty of time expended here as well, 63 and counting, with plenty of ultimates still to come on. We haven't even had a real ultimate fight yet. That pulse when the Sparkles had a fight ago still has it now.
Yep. EMP though, Shy going to be the first one to have it. 8% lead. That's now online.
MCD
getting into that final fight territory here at 78%, but Shy just going to get dove up by Bliss. Finds the kill on Langs it taken down as well. Sparkle connects with that pulse bomb, finally letting it loose. And the timing here from the Dallas Fuel is absolutely gorgeous. These kills, this much time remaining, they might be able to actually just reverse 100% sweep this round.
Oh, they will. Yeah, 5v4. Spark are coming back from spawn. They need a touch immediately. Shy's going to have to be the one going for the touch here. And Fuel can get super aggressive here.
Okay, the touch is in. Shy manages to get himself over to the point. Monk tries to let the nano loose, I believe, but he actually ends up dying before it can come through. Now Langs are going to be taken down as Hanbin scoops both kills. This way, still alive, holds on to the farmer, but he would take some monstrous heroics from Leave and Shy to try to convert this round around, turn this round around. We're down to half, hugs away into the corner. Point still being contested. Gushwin just beating and batting people where he possibly can, but it's so few and far in between. Now the beat to go ahead and aggressively shove them back, and the Dallas Fuel respond in kind. A gorgeous 100-0 answering back against the Hangzhou Spark, taking us now to a third and final round.
Huge. I mean, this time we've completely flipped the script. I don't even know if Spark got a single kill there. I'm not too sure. I can't remember. But, you know, we're talking about the fact that 4 players on Spark were deathless. Well, that isn't the case anymore. They've all been taken down. We'll take a look at some of the highlights here from Edison, who I think was, for just that one particular round, he was the linchpin for the Dallas Fuel to open up all of these fights, get those initial first bloods, allow them to have these 5 versus 4s. As we move to the decider now, Hangzhou Spark going to go over towards the Gushway Ryan comp. They kind of struggle with this on Havana. And I say that because I felt like they stayed on this comp for a little bit too long. You can play the spawn camp Ivana with Ryan, but staying on it further was a little bit of a mistake. On Icebreaker, though, I do think you can play this the entire way through. My only question is, how practiced Spark really on this comp? They're not known for it.
Yeah, like you said, it was very rough around the edges. Leave, though, was able to put up some considerable numbers on that Havana map with his right clicks. We'll see if he can do that again. Monk, act out first and foremost, taking low, managing to stay alive. Okay, now the immortality kill is going to have to be used. Sparkle getting chased, Shy on the hunt, trying to find him. Eventually, pounds him down. I think Sparkle might have thought that they'd given up, but just do a little bit deeper. They managed to find that opening kill. I've been letting out the roar, trying to lead the team forward, but Shy connecting here with these Cassidy shots, takes down Bliss. Now MCD gonna fall as well. This little fire strike through from Gooshfight, tagging him down, and the rest of the team has to go ahead and exit as Sparkle has since swapped over to the Reaper.
I think Hanbin might go for a swap here. You don't want to play Junker Queen into the Rhine. You're staying on for now. I don't really... It's technically a brawl comp from Dallas as well, but it just seems like the weaker version. I think the ideal situation for Fuel to go in is to play the Ramantra. Maybe Hanbin's just buying into the fact that Rampage is 50% there, so doesn't want to give up on the ult charge for now. A couple other players, like you mentioned, have changed over though.
Shy looking like first in the ulti race. Gonna get that high noon up and ready. The wall comes up, just gonna stop their advance for now. They break through. Freeze coming through. Leaf has to go into the ice block. He almost has the blizzard available. Sparkle, however, going to be taken down. So even though he builds up the fight, it's not going to need to be invested. We'll just go ahead and take them all down. Kushway getting 1, Shy getting, I believe, 3. Is it the team kill to go ahead and crest 50%? Nearly 6 ults online now for the Spark.
I mean, what is that? A 4K from Shy into a 3K the next fight? I hear all this talk from the fans about how Shy is like a Sojourn one-trick or anything. I mean, you guys forget that he also plays Cassidy and Ash and Widowmaker and all the rest. Top-tier hit scan in the lobby here, showing what he can really do. As the Dallas Fuel start to finally get some ultimates online, Sparkle's now over towards the Genji. Perhaps wants to put the pressure onto Shy. Really far away from ult, though. I mean, that's a late swap. He's played like 3 different heroes in this round alone now.
I mean, they need to evaporate somebody off the back of this EMP or the hack. Which way turns the shield, though, manages to stop it. Now they note that Edison has gone ahead, translocated back, and that means the Dallas Fuel once again have to reset to get ready for the fight.
They're just losing time, and the fact that Edison translocates means we're going to hit towards 90 plus. 5 ults online for Spark, by the way. As long as Linksa avoids the EMP or can stay alive long enough and drop this beat, I think Spark will survive against the EMP. That's not an issue. Shatter is free, by the way. Nothing blocks Shatter here.
Shatter's going to get dropped in first. Okay, but Anti comes across. Anvin charging forward. They get EMP out, and looks like the fight is widely going to go the way of the Hangzhou, or for the way of the Dallas Fuel against the Hangzhou Spark. They will be able to actually clean sweep them off the back of the Shatter, but crucially, the Shatter's the only thing that got invested by the Spark.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because we have the solo Shatter. Spark made the call. Okay, the Shatter's not particularly good. We're getting EMP'd here, losing players, save ultimates. Linksa could have made the call to play for the 4v5 sound barrier, but I think at that stage, Bliss also goes for it. Things get really tricky. And by the way, it wasn't just the EMP that came out of the field, it was also the Rampage. So now Linksa can freely use the sound barrier as a tempo tool. You don't have to use it to counter anything. Maybe the Sparkle Blade, even though Blade is a little bit of a meme at the moment.
Speaking of Sparkle, really gets taken down. Beat now has to come out here from Bliss to try to keep everybody alive. The mortality field is going to be cleared up. Linksa might have been coming out of the beat. I didn't see it go across. Either way, the
no, I don't think it came out
from the side of Sparkle, and yeah, I think the shielding ended up getting denied. Into the ice block goes Leave. Shy, however, with the mag grenade, able to take down Sparkle. Bliss as well, going to fall. MCD just now respawning, so still very much down players are the Dallas Fuel. The flip is going to be coming through, and they need to get somebody onto this point right now to touch.
Edison, only one alive. Yep, 1 HP though, instantly dead. That means it's basically over. I mean, Sparkle's the next one, but he's so far away. Can he reach again?
Swapped over to the Tracer just to be able to get there in time. Giving up on the Genji. Does get the tag in, but MCD going to be cut down to size as he tries to advance. The Fire Strike as well. Takes out Bliss. Sparkle will die, and yeah, now it's just a matter of time here. The Hangzhou Spark. They're going to go ahead and finish off this map. Has Hanbin zoned out, jumping up across the opposite side, and he cannot tag back in time. So hard fought, you'll say, you know, at times there for the side of the Dallas Fuel. A nice response, getting that 100-0 in the second round, but it is going to be the Hangzhou Spark in the end, inevitably getting this with a 2-1 victory.
And MCD even got that stun onto Linksa. I'm like 99% sure that's what happened, because we did not see the shielding come down from the sound barrier from Linksa at all. So MCD must have outplayed that. You can stun on the rally now. That will be enough to disrupt Linksa's beat. And with that, you know, they cancel the whole beat. Still couldn't quite get that fight victory. Shy's damage was unbelievable in that particular game across all 3 rounds. And I think as well for the Dallas Fuel, they expected the Hangzhou Spark on Icebreaker to roll out in a Winston composition, in which case the Junker Queen comp would have been the quote-unquote counter towards it. Hangzhou Spark, I mean, great read by the team and also Ray the coach to say, you know what, we can play Brawl here. It's likely Dallas Fuel will come through in Junker Queen comp, and if it's Brawl versus Junker Queen, we have the comp advantage. And Dallas Fuel never got off the Junker Queen. They swapped about everything else, but I truly think that comp with that tank on the front lines instead of something like a Ramatra is just not going to beat Ryan. And it didn't happen.
No, it did not. Well, again, a little bit of a shaky start here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, especially giving up that initial round as a, 0 to 100%, but a good response, so signs of life have been cited. We're looking for more impact plays, so from the likes of Edison on that Sombra, Sparkle as well, whether he's playing the Genji, playing the Tracer. Looking for those step-ups. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it done, as we do have our next map coming up in just a couple minutes. Obviously, though, we're going to go to a quick little break while I try to remember how many players there are in this game and say 5 ults instead of 6 when a team has everything fully kitted up. So I'm going to go practice by mats, and then when we come back, we'll get into the second map, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, and welcome back. It's time to go to map number 2 here on our first series of the day. Hangzhou Spark able to walk away with a 2-1 victory on Antarctic Peninsula, drawing first blood and widely having a pretty steady performance on that opening map. Dallas Fuel, though, with a couple of moments that look great, now need to answer back and try to tie us up.
I think Dallas Fuel really came back strong after the opening round loss, right? It did not look good on labs at all. Like the almost deathless run for the Hangzhou Spark minus the 1 kill on Delengsa was about as dominant as you could have. 100-0 where only 1 player dies. I mean, that's quite disgusting. But once you get to Icebreaker, I truly think it was a bit of a compositional diff. Great call by the coaching staff from the Spark to say, hey, if we play Ryan here, and Hanbin goes back to Jungle Queen, we have an advantage in this matchup. Beyond that as well, we really got to see Shy shine on the pure hit scans like the Cassidy. I think on the Sombra, he's not going to be as kill heavy, which is why when he's playing Sombra, you see Leave do a lot more heavy lifting. But here, when Leave's playing the Mei, it's Shy doing the heavy lifting on the Cass. And one really interesting stat line that I have to give out for this as we head into King's Row is Shy got 12 out of the total 2,800 Spark final blows across the entirety of Antarctic Peninsula. Working that out, that's about 42% of his entire team's final blows. So he was only 2 final blows off from getting a deadlift. Just 2.
Very, very solid performance there from Shy. Yeah, I mean, once we saw the Cassidy come in, that's where it was just complete and utter domination at his hands. So we'll see, though, what they have in store for us as we get ready to go into King's Row, because this was where the Hangzhou Spark were showing us, a couple different things. Leave being one of the first ones to go back over towards, Echo. We also got to see Leave on Ash at the very end of that map. Yeah. So I'm curious to see if Hangzhou Spark are going to have some more, outside picks that are going to be coming up, or if they're going to play this pretty standard.
And the fact that like Shy can go Tracer and Leave can go Ash just shows the flexibility of this DPS line, which, some are saying could potentially be the best DPS line in the world. I know that argument's out there, Lipstalker, Shy, Leave, they're all up there in conversation. And as far as this goes, I mean, the other real powerhouse discussion is the fact that, look, if one of them is on less of a carry here, for example, Mei, Shy can be the carry performance. He can be the guy that's carried this team. He already did that on the Spark for damn near 2 years now. But if Shy's on something like a Sombra, which is a little bit more supportive, then Leave goes and carries on the Tracer. So both players have unreal superstar power to carry a match, and both of them could actually do it at the same time as well, which is the scariest thing. That's what makes Spark so fearsome in this 2023 season. As we head into King's Row now, Dallas Fuel as a defending team, they've locked in their comp, and it's going to be the same as what we saw on Antarctic Peninsula. They're expecting the Gouche Winston to come on through. My question now will be, does Gouche honor that? Does he play the Winston into the Junker Queen, which would be a bad matchup? Or does he think about going something like Ryan again?
4, 3, 2.
Alrighty, well, Hanbin sticking with more of the same, the Junker Queen.
There's the Ryan.
Right out in front, and yep, okay.
Instantly spotted. Shy sees it through the scopes of the Widowmaker's like, alright, we know what we need to do.
Yep, worked before, let's do it again. See how they fare, though. They'll still now playing against the Spark on this composition. We'll see if they have learned enough to try to counteract it. Just a little bit. Mixing up here onto the high ground. Look for the hack. Goes across. But then to find Shy. So actually going to be the prime target here, at least for the next couple seconds. But the rest of the Hangzhou Spark are just zoning in here on Hanbin, trying to take him down. They think he's half HP, and we're down the field from Monk. But broken down. Support's taking quite a bit of fire. As Monk's down to a sliver of HP, and Edison is going to be able to find that kill, but it's at the cost of their tank player. Hanbin taken out. Sparkle trying to survive. Dash just tucks away.
Oh my god.
I mean, Magnade, not even needed. Shy just lines up the headshot immediately after getting that connection. So Edison now is going to be taken down. That's 2 jigs established on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. And in all likelihood, it's just going to be the cap. Because Hanbin can't get back here quickly. He's a Junker Queen, not very fast. MCD going to be able to come away with 1 before getting taken down by Leave. And that's going to be it. Nearly 5.5 minutes now in the time bank as we go into the street space.
And even if it was just a 1-to-1 trade, let's talk about Hanbin being traded for Monk here. That's a far superior trade for the Hangzhou Spark. You need Hanbin alive on this tank. You can lose Monk. By the way, Spark, as the attacking team on A, much closer respawn, so they don't really care about Monk dying there. They just care about getting Hanbin down, who was massively under pressure. It looks like he's trying to flank at the moment, so Dallas Fuel making some movements high up.
And also, I mean, Monk builds his ult pretty damn quickly already. That him being out of the fight means that Langza gets to just go ahead and absorb all that extra healing, and now you see him just 12% away from that sound barrier. Bliss, in the meantime, 54%. So the ult tempo right now set here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark is at a staggering pace.
Spark is still pushing here as well. Dallas are kind of split at the moment, but maybe they just want to have this kind of multi-angle approach. Like you said, the biggest thing that's missing is the ultimates, which EMP is now online. This needs to set up for this one, and he needs to not get revealed. There it is.
Langza was just around the corner, and there you go. Hides from the beat comes through. Turn their signs over here towards the DPS too. Well, Edison Sparkle both going to be taken low. Shatter going to be dropped in. Not going to find too much, and it's a 5-man anti coming across from Hanbin though. and that's going to go ahead and turn the tides of the fight completely as he scoops up 2 kills. Gushwei and Monk both taken down. The cleanup continues. Lang's going to be the last man standing, trying to go ahead and slink his way out of there. Man, what a play from Hanbin to keep them in the fight.
Yep. That's a classic Hanbin Junker Queen clutch. He proved himself last year during the Junker Queen meta where he was the best in the world at this particular hero. He's the one that ends up saving the day. Didn't have the rampage at the start of the fight. The EMP was mostly dodged. Combination of leave going ice block and lengths to drop in the sound barrier. But with those tools gone, Hanbin, if he can land a big rampage like he does, that's what saves the day. So, brilliant stuff from the Dallas Fuel to survive that fight.
Now though, Spark looking to get themselves in around the backside of this cart. This immortality field going to be cleared up. Down barrier shielding now going to be expiring here from the side of the Dallas Fuel, making them that much more vulnerable. And Shy finds that it's in midair there with a headshot. That Blossom out, however, from Sparkle. He's going to be able to scoop up 3 kills off the back of it. The rally, the Blossom, the beat, all invested, but it's going to be the Fuel maintaining control of the cart. Take a look back at this 5-man ante.
Now that's perfect. And the sound barrier was basically gone at that stage as well. All members of the Hangzhou Spark stacked together as you would expect because they're playing a brawl comp. But also Sparkle, fantastic move there with the Death Blossom, which wasn't able to be counted. Now he's just in the face of the Spark.
Running him down, Sparkle fiercely just holding W, rushing forward, finds Monk and Shy. I believe able to get 1, but now it's just maybe not too far forward. He should be able to exit back out to safety here, but Hangzhou Spark very much are struggling. Nearly 3 minutes up this time bank. Chewed up here from the side of the Dallas Fuel.
Wow, they lost confidence with the Cassidy. I mean, you don't really get a chance to cleanly shoot any members here. You're in such close range that I kind of get it. Leave's got the only ultimate available for the Spark. Meanwhile, Fuel are back to... They've rotated back on to 2 big ultimates, EMP on 3.
And Shy just instantly disappears. Gushwei joining him as well. The Blizzard was committed into this fight by Leave, and I think we might be seeing him go ahead and swap out as it's yet another team kill, just cycling these back to back right now. Dallas Fuel looking
nothing you can swap
unassailable.
to. There's nothing you can swap to unless Gushwei and Monk want to swap as well. You want to change off this rank up entirely. There's nothing for Leave to go to. Mei is probably still the best option here. You can still play through the Shadow. I mean, if Spark are tracking ults properly, they probably do know that Hanbin has another rampage available. Yeah. Lingso will be there with the sound barrier to counter it. Then you have to worry about Spark on the Death Blossom. So if you all cycle these ults properly, it's going to be rampage into sound barrier into Sparkle finishing the fight with Death Blossom.
Let's see if the Shatter can be a clean connection here from Gushwei. Get on top of these targets, try to find the kills, but there you go, the rampage let loose again. 4-man ante, the beat comes through right as the immortality field expires. Ling's trying to keep everybody alive, but then Sparkle gets it on top of Gushwei. He's got another Death Blossom, and it's going to lead to another few kills. As yet again, Hangzhou Spark show up, Dallas Fuel send them packing.
And the ult rotation is just so clean at the moment. Dallas Fuel are in the spin cycle, the vortex of ultimates, and I got excited there because I thought Edison had hacked out Lynx's beat and entirely deleted it, but wasn't the case. Lynx has still managed to get the sound barrier in time. Or rather, I thought he got hacked out and Lynx would die during the hack duration, but in any case, this is exactly what happened. What happened is how it was meant to play out. Rampage to the sound barrier into the Death Blossom. Now 2-man Shadow.
Do go across. MCD going to be taking low the pin, able to finish him off. We see Shadow there from Gushwei, but they still need to follow up. Find Shy trying to use his own Death Blossom, but to no success compared to that of Sparkles. I managed to find a couple eliminations here, though. Hanbin going to be taken down by yet another pin from Gushwei at the very end of the fight, so Hangzhou Spark an opportunity to start moving this card forward once again, but Dallas Fuel will have a recontest, and Hanbin will have a rampage.
This is the first time that Spark get to kind of start the fight the way they want to as well, without getting EMP'd, without getting ulted. Speaking of which, EMP is now online once again for Edison as we head into the final fight. I mean, we've lost so much time here. For Dallas Fuel, that's everything you want. Like you mentioned, Rampage also becoming online when Lengsa does not have a sound barrier. I mean, that is a key to victory right there.
EMP across, and yep, the Rampage goes right in with it. Perfectly timed. 4 kills instantly found here from the side of the Dallas Fuel. They're not going to suffer any losses. There's nothing more that Shy can do other than drift away and slowly die to Bliss's hand. A successful hold with the car ultimately resting just in front of point B. Dallas Fuel with a monstrous turnaround after a fairly catastrophic point A defense.
And we're back over towards what we know the Dallas Fuel to be specializing at, which is these kind of brawl matchups. And as I mentioned earlier, when you play this Junker Queen, you are still technically brawling into the Rhine. And in those close corridors, when we get over towards, you know, B, super close range. This EMP as well, the leader Shy a little bit early, man. This is where Rampage just feasts on the Hangzhou Spark, and that first 5-man Rampage from Hanbin, that set the tone, because if it wasn't for that, Hangzhou Spark continues snowballing on through. Everything that the Hangzhou Spark did up until that point was pretty brilliant. And if Hanbin, let's say, only got like a 2-man or a 3-man Rampage, it might not have been as good either. But once that fight came over towards the Dallas Fuel, and they were the ones in the lead as far as ultimates goes, and they can just cycle through EMP into Rampage, Death Loss, and ad nauseum. Spark was just caught out. They were caught down. You head into the final fight, by the way. You mentioned this already, but such clean engagement between the EMP and also the Rampage at the same time. The Rampage hits 3 on Hangzhou Spark. Instantly, the EMP comes out. Leave dies before he can even use the Ice Block because he dies within the hack duration.
Yeah. He even had the Blizzard in his hands. Just didn't get to see it at the very end there. A huge, perfectly timed shutdown from the Dallas Fuel is MCD showing us the Life Weaver here for a moment, but we suspect the drop down. There's the change. Okay. Right back over to the same stuff. Yep. But with Sparkle going for the Genji yet again.
I think Sparkle might change here as well because they'll note that Gushue is now the Winston. And with that, Sparkle can choose to go back over towards the Reaper, which would be preferable. Edison is staying on the Sim for now. They're going to do a TP play. Yes, it is.
Okay,
right
looking to take that high ground.
All right, so swapping sides now.
Yeah, just a little trade of positions. I mean, there's
not
much that Hangzhou can do to try to displace him.
He has to kind of like replace his translocate and all that. It's almost like Spark are attacking now, but Fuel are yet to touch the point. Fuel still need to put players on the ground, and they're doing that now.
Oh, this is a really bold teleport right up into their faces here. Langsa getting corralled. Hanbin trying to find this elimination. Langsa going to get taken lower, and Sparkle will be able to find the kill in the end, but at the cost of Edison Bliss now. MCD as well falling. With a nice little return fire, we'll take out Monk, and Gushue gets taken down as well. So, I mean, with the faster respawns, the closer respawns, this is not necessarily too terrible for the side of the Dallas Fuel.
It is a light death for Hanbin, though, and Gushue is pretty quick, so we'll see how fast Gushue can get back into action. I don't think Spark should lose too much time on this. Too much map control. Still members positioned forward to try and get a bit of damage, and Sparkle early recall. He wanted to get super aggressive there.
Yeah, as soon as I think he sensed that the hack was coming through onto him, just had to back away. Another forward CP play, but this time Monk is going to be taken down. Sparkle diving in, managing to find the enemy on him, and now Edison is both going to be lost. Hanbin able to find one, but it's just so low. End up getting swept under the rug here. Hangzhou Spark will be able to maintain control. It's the EMP invested in the fight.
You can see that the DPS are largely ignored here. To be fair, it is a Sombra and a Tracer, hard to kind of track down. Monk and Lynx are falling time and time again to the Dallas Fuel brawl, TPing in and all of that. Unfortunately, the supports are all that Dallas are going to get here, so almost half the time expended now. Still waiting some more ultimates coming online soon. No quick rampage this time around.
The pulse in the back pocket for the target. Gets to jump onto Edison for a brief little moment. Ult's still going to be held as Sparkle tries to come in, distract leave. Allow for some peel here onto the tank. Hanbin still widely the focus of the Hangzhou Spark. Back on a Gushue. Primal still pocketed the nano at the ready. Kitsune rush now going to be invested. MCD looking to lead the way forward, but the rampage not quite there yet here for Hanbin. 6% away. Should be able to build it up here in the fight. Gushue going to be hacked out. Primal goes across. Now they invest the nano just to try to guarantee that they can keep him alive. Pulse bomb into the back line. Lynx are going to be taken down. Gushue getting focus fire, going lower and lower as Monk desperately tries to pump the healing out, but it's not going to be enough. Now Monk as well going to be taken down as Hanbin plunges the knife in a little bit deeper. A minute and 20 remaining, the cap coming through. It's going to be a nice bump up now. 3:45 here for the Dallas Fuel.
They can all just buy time with the Primal, the Nano, but they couldn't find the kills coming in. An extra sound barrier from Bliss, on top of trying to fight into MCD's Kitsune Rush. Super difficult for the Hangzhou Spark to do. No EMP to try to counter-aggress either. No sound barrier because you're playing Brig, and also the rally wasn't online. And speaking of sound barriers, you kind of want that versus something like an EMP and or now the Rampage coming online. And don't think the rally is going to be enough, but we'll see. Hangzhou Spark can still do a lot here if the EMP from Shy is good and he goes first. First EMP might just decide the next fight between Edison and Shy.
Well, talking about Shy, he's just dead. MCD just catches him with a stray kunai to the skull. Suddenly gone out of the fight. The push continues for the Dallas Fuel. Distant pace. I mean, you look at the space that's being occupied right now. Hanbin all the way forward near that white box of victory. Just pumping out damage, looking to keep them at an arm's length.
And that's the best part for the Dallas Fuels, because they haven't had to expend ultimates yet. They are still holding onto EMP and Rampage, because this is free push. They're not forced to use any of the ultimates until they can basically touch the point. They're about to get there now.
They're looking for Hanbin. Take it lower and lower. This is the shout. Keeps himself alive. Now Gushue going to be taken down. Sparkle just gets on top of him. I mean, you can see all the assists coming through. That's a dash in off the Rampage. Both supports now Hovering lower and lower as the ante goes across. Will finally expire. Shy.
Shy with 2?
The answer back. Comes up with 2 kills. Sparkle and MCD both going to be taken out. For a little bit more, though. They're still so very close to finishing this map. They still have 2 minutes to spare for the side of the Dallas Fuel. So even if they have to go ahead, wipe, and reset, they're still in a pretty decent position.
Monk playing a little bit dangerous there. Harbin did not drop down. Harbin's trying to live at the moment. The nano will be found from Monk for the final fire. What an anti-nade. That catches Bliss.
Yeah, just monsters. I mean, it caught 3. It's just going to be Bliss, the first one who falls. Leave actually commits the pulse bomb to the spike. Wants to get as many extensions on these resets, on these stagger kills as much as they possibly can. It's working quite well. 3 members still waiting to respawn. Now resetting and getting ready to go once more.
I truly thought that was done for the Spark. I thought Fuel about to cap out this map. We'd be already going to break onto map number 3. I thought it was done for. By the way, Edison spots a translocator. Shy's unspotted for now, though, because Fuel had everything working towards him, but Shy with an EMP somehow saves it. It's another big anti-nade coming through from Monk of the Bliss. This time Suzu'd out.
Okay, Shy not going back, though. Still going to be safe now. Sets up the next translocator, and also so he just casually turns back and then kills Bliss, just spraying into the hallway. Hanbin as well, going to be taken down. There's great pressure being exerted right now from the side of the Hangzhou Spark as Edison tries to threaten maybe a potential back cap here, but is noted, has to make his exit back down into the subway system. A minute remaining.
Shy's got EMP, by the way. And there's 60 seconds left to go, which is roughly 2 fights, depending on how quickly the Dallas Fuel go here. And the payload is still close enough that it can be a one-push situation for Dallas. They just have to be able to reach the payload again without losing too much distance. Enable this fight with a Kitsune Rush, but remember on A, the Kitsune Rush came through with barely any real resistance from the Hangzhou Spark because they didn't have any big ultimates to counter that. This time they do.
Okay, Pulse Bomb let loose. Sparkle trying to find that stick there on the Monk. Goes a little bit wide, though, between the 2 supports, so no kills found. Kitsune Rush now.
I don't know about that rush.
MCD trying to stay alive, and the beat has to go along with it. EMP now out from Shy, but they instantly hound him down. First elimination found, but now Langza answers back. MCD going to be taken out of the fight in Gooch way. Oh, he's got people just corralled inside of a building with a primal. Rolling, cleaves down Sparkle. The carpet. However, he backcapped. Edison's going for it, and they haven't noticed it. Leave. He finally spots it out, but he needs to be able to get over here. He needs to get this touch. He manages to do so. He's the lone person contesting this cart for now, and now he's going to be taken down. The rest of the team can't get there in time. And I cannot believe it. I talked about it before. Edison teasing it, going for it, but while this entire fight happening inside of the butcher shop, Edison just says, okay, I'll go win the map. And now we're tied up 1-1.
It's about staying on the objective, fellas, but that was a sort of confusing last fight because I was surprised that Hangzhou Spark would stay there and engage when, okay, the Kitsune Rush comes down far away from the lane that would actually get you the cap, and if you're the Hangzhou Spark, maybe they felt like they couldn't exit in time, but I think the correct call to make is, okay, they've rushed here. Is there a way we can just disengage and force a fight elsewhere away from the rush? Because that rush was not going to allow them to cap, but, you know, they have this massive engagement off the side of the map, and all that's happening, like you mentioned, Edison finds the opportunity, gets the cap, and he just does that. Leave out of blinks, had to wait for the cooldown. 1 versus 2 as well. Wasn't going to happen.
I mean, it's just comical, I suppose. Winning the fight, cleaving people down. Edison sits on the cart. Bing, bang, boom. Tied up 1-1. The Dallas Fuel keeping things nice and even here and putting up a map win. So no match point here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. We're guaranteed to at least get to push. We'll see what happens, though, as we get ready to go into Escort as our next map, because wild scenes being spotted there on Kings Row, Avril.
Certainly is.
Well, I need a moment to recover from that one. Obviously, it has me incredulous after the way that this is wrapped up, especially after what we saw from Shanghai last week. Either way, Hangzhou Spark going to look to have to shake that one off, not let it get to their heads. Otherwise, the Dallas Fuel may just be able to steal this one away from them after dropping that opening map in, you know, somewhat lackluster fashion. We'll go to a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get into Escort, and we'll see what happens. Alrighty, and we are back and going into a third map, but no match point for either side. Dallas Fuel able to rally back and get a cheeky little back cap on our second map of King's Row. Stealing this one away from the Hangzhou Spark, who are widely winning the final fight of the map. So, Hangzhou Spark gonna have to try to let that not rattle them. Focus up, come back into this one strong, but Dallas Fuel, they finally get a little bit of wind in their sails. Let's see if they can carry that momentum forward into Escort.
And I really like what Dallas Fuel prepared going to this particular week as well, because, you know, after seeing Hanbin Winston in week number 1, which wasn't particularly impressive, especially when, you know, gone over the Guangzhou Charge, who were just on a different level that particular day, the week break that we've had has allowed the Dallas Fuel to sort of reassess where their strengths are, look at what, you know, some other teams are doing, and figure out the fact that, okay, this Junker Queen comp is a real thing. Like, this is not a meme troll comp. It is a legitimate Winston counter comp. And you're going up a team that their strongest composition is going to be on the Winston. You know that Gushui is going to start on the Winston if he can. So the best way that Dallas can win this matchup is to put Hanbin on the Queen, of which he probably is the best in the world at. And that's going to give you the best chance to actually win. We saw that on King's Row. In fact, we saw that even versus the Rhine, which they lost to an Icebreaker on an opening map on Antarctic Peninsula. The fact that they figured out that matchup, which I think is helped by the map geometry on B. It's probably not as good on A and C, but the map geometry on B is so favorable for Junker Queen that they truly won where they were supposed to win. So, Dallas Fuel, they worked out the comp that they need to play, because I don't think Dallas Fuel can win with the Winston anymore. I don't think that's their bread and butter. But can they win with the Junker Queen? Absolutely.
All right, well, we'll take a look here. Zooming in a little bit on Hanbin's performance on that King's Row map. And as you can see, quite a bit of damage done, quite many few eliminations. His ult efficiency, I think, is probably the biggest thing for me, because it felt like every time he was popping that rampage, it was at least 3 people that were getting antied by the ult, and then very swiftly leading the kills thereafter.
I can tell you right now, looking at the overall stats, what is 11,256 damage in the greater scheme compared to the rest of the team? He is only, get ready for this, only 43 damage behind the damage leader on the team, which is Sparkle, who played a combination of Reaper, I think Tracer as well, a bunch of other stuff like that. And Hanbin on a tank was only 43 damage behind the damage leader of the entire lobby, actually, which was Sparkle.
All right, well, next up, we do have Rialto. How are you feeling about the Junker Queen composition going into this one, Avril? Do you think we're finally going to see some change-ups here from the Fuel?
Well, this is interesting because we haven't had any substitutions come in, and obviously Fuel don't have anything to substitute for Gushui. Could be traded up for 20 to play some of the Sigma or the Diva, which I think is favorable on this map. In a normal matchup, Rialto, I would expect either a Sigma matchup or a Diva matchup here. With Gushui still being in the lineup, he's going to lean back over towards the Winston. However, if you look at Hanbin, you look at the Dallas Fuel, I'm fairly confident that specifically on attack, they will go the Junker Queen again, or they'll try and go the Junker Queen depending on what Spark's defense looks like. It'll be a rehash of the King's Row attacking phase for the Dallas Fuel, where if Hangzhou lock in the Gushui Winston right off the bat on A, Hanbin locks in the Junker Queen straight away as well. If Dallas Fuel defend first, I'm a little bit unsure what could happen. It could be the Junker Queen, it could be the Diva. Given the fact that I feel like Dallas Fuel have warmed up on the Junker Queen now, it's probably a higher likelihood that they'd start on the Junker Queen for both attack and defense.
All right, well, we'll see as we do get ready to jump into the matchup here. Hangzhou going to be first on the defense, so have to make a gamble and see. Yeah, we'll see if they can predict what, in fact, the Fuel is going to be playing as we get ready to go into the map. But for now, it looks like it could end up just being Winston. But once Fuel identify this, maybe they just swap it up yet again.
And I will say as well, it will be Dallas Fuel attacking first. And this is what I mentioned earlier, right? Once they scout the Gushui Winston, the question will be, do they swap back over towards Junker Queen? I think they'd be smart to. But the only issue is attacking Rialto A with the verticality that it does have. Junker Queen has none of that. So that is an issue comp-wise. Junker Queen's not going to be very good on Rialto until you get to about the final archway on the cap and into B. Well, the start at A, Junker Queen can struggle. So right now, I don't know if they've spotted Gushui just yet. We're sticking... No, okay, he's sticking onto the Diva.
All right, now they're looking for the dive here on a Shy. Monk going for the sleep dart, but to jump out. Winston playing elusively there in that regard. Monk well into the back line. Needs to be careful, otherwise he's going to be at risk of a dive. Oh, Sparkle just dashes right back in to leaves Pulse Pistols. The headshots come across. The opening kill going to be found once again here by Lead. Hanbin up here on the high ground, just trying to keep that card contested, try to inch it forward when possible. Gushui just continues to arrive, make his disappearance. Widely can hold things within the courtyard.
Dallas will have area control now. They got the upper level here, which is what they want. And a decent Byron to force Kushway back. It's going to cost Spark some more space here.
Oh, sleep. It's on
Should
Edison.
be okay. It's Harmbin's mech that's in trouble here.
Okay, yeah, anti out, but not going to be able to find too much there. Langs doesn't get tagged low. Gushwei, oh, kind of getting stuck into the corner for a brief second. Like Hanbin might have been able to pursue to find that kill.
Shy one, believe one.
Yeah, 99. He doesn't even pop the recall, just holds onto it, has faith that the healers are going to come to his rescue. And they are able to do so. Now leave. Pulse bomb at the ready. Shy as well, matching with the
Look at the EMP diff, by the way.
Yeah.
It was a 35% EMP. Shy already had it. Edison was about 65. So now Spark actually need to do this because Dallas Fuel, they're in the open.
And Edison just immediately evaporates. And getting the follow-up hack here, just trying to stay alive, keep the rest of the team protected, but it's just too much firepower here from the side of the Hunger Spark. They do get staved off briefly by that anti-nade out from MCDs, knocking up onto 2, but now the dive comes through. Riley committed, Bliss trying to win this one out, and they actually managed to turn around and take down Lead, eating the pulse as well. Hanbin denying that one away. A little bit more. Gushwei now going to be hopping the primal. Riley rolling from the side of Langza. The cart continues to inch closer and closer here to getting into the cap zone. Gushwei batting them away. Primal, however, now expiring, and the EMP comes through, catching on to 2. Gushwei lead, both going to be hacked out. Still, though, the kill's not found. The follow-up damage is not quite there. Self-destruct, however, from Hanbin does manage to find Gushwei, and Sparkle also got Langsa. And that's going to be the snowball effect here. The player's gone. The cleanup comes through. The cap comes in as well onto point A. So 4 minutes just shy of it. Now for Dallas Fuel as they go into the second stretch.
I actually love the confidence displayed by the Dallas Fuel there to make the call to go for the rally anyway. They were actually down, shy the EMP first. They deleted Edison to 5 versus 4, and Dallas Fuel like, we can win this one. Pop that rally in there, see how we go. There's not much left the Spark can play through because the Nano was already got. The next big ultimate from the Spark was the Nano that was expended on the Linksa. With that out of the picture, it's basically just a primal. If you eat the pulse pot, which Hanbin did, Puncture Spark had very little weapons left to play through.
Well, we were talking about the EMP deficit before, and it was 35%. This time it's closer to 70. Shy has his next one ready to go. Spots Edison, he says, screw it. I'm just going to full send it right on you. And it shuts him down. And this also gives Shy now potential to be able to lap him even further. See how he continues to build it up. But yeah, pick is found. Cart going to be halted right underneath the walkway.
Oh, can they get the D-Mech here? Surely they get the D-Mech on Hanbin, who just gets mega healed up by MCD. I don't know if that was the highest value. EMP, getting you the 1 kill is a minor reset for the Dallas. I think if they got the mech as well, that would have been worth it. But now I almost think Shy should have held on to and waited for a better opportunity to actually win the fight, because Spark didn't win that fight. They got 1 kill, and they will push backwards.
It's building up steadily, 44% to Edison 79. Ahmed, though, another self-destruct. The Nano at the ready to rally. Up as well from Bliss. Ults to try to match, just a little bit lacking here on the side of the Hongo Spark. Lead to be pursuing forward. Just get shield fast there for a brief little moment. The Nano's having the Gushwei. Rally, offering up that drainage speed to the rest of the team. Gushwei having to pull away. There's just so many people pursuing forward, but in the meantime, Langsa does manage to take down Edison. So that EMP that he just got available, now going to be eliminated from the fight. Hanbin going to be slept as they look to corral around this Diva. Trying to finally break him out of this mech, but it's just not proving to be possible. He continues to fight back. Just managed to survive, but Langsa across the fight finds both of the DPS, and that's going to be the Dallas Fuel slowed up.
I said watch Edison because he had the ultimate that would change things around. If Dallas Fuel can get the EMP down, I think they win that fight. Langsa with a huge pick off onto Edison, exactly what the 100 Spark needed. I got to talk about Hanbin for a little bit though, because this has been insane in performance so far on the Diva. He hasn't been demeched. Forget about dying. He hasn't even been demeched. Hasn't even lost his suit the entire time.
Okay, well, a little bit of his own medicine there. As Edison drops the EMP, but Lead is able to answer it back, so now both teams going to be without a Sombra, and as Shy comes back through, he's going to have an EMP of his own, 4% away, as Leave just gets in and dips Sparkle. A little bop on the nose, sends him back to the respawn room, and now just looks to hover around the back lines here as Gushwei goes diving forward. Got a canal, but okay, Primal expires, so can't knock anybody in, get those environmental kills, but Leave will still find MCD, just adding to the stagger list here, knocking the players back time and time again on the side of the Dallas Fuel. They need to go for a hard reset.
That'll be Hanbin's first death as well. His first death is him resetting off the map, which, to be fair, if he didn't reset off the map, probably would have died anyway. But the point is Hanbin's had a pretty good performance on the Diva so far. 100 Spark, though, digging their heels in. High ground control. This has been the biggest reset. This is where it really hurts for the Dallas Fuel. The biggest problem so far is that Edison hasn't been able to find that value. He does a solo EMP on a Shy, but that's just the same mistake Shy made. I mean, it's getting a little bit personal between these two Sombra players. You don't want to be going for those types of solo EMPs. I mean, if you can translate that into a team fight win, then maybe, but it just hasn't happened, especially when you get traded up by Leaf straight away, who then just beat Sparkle into the 1v1.
Gushway getting worked lower and lower off screen. Monk holding on to the net. Oh, EMP going to be let loose, and Gushway immediately jumps up with the rest of the squad. Bliss
MCD's down the fight. No heals.
Yeah, Langston now using the rally as well just to go ahead and fully keep everybody else topped up. MCD is completely and utterly zoned. No hope whatsoever for him, and because of that, Hanbin is finally going to be team next, not on his own terms. He gets taken down. The self-destruct not going to be seen. This is just 2 seconds remaining. And Gushway's got both of the supports completely corralled away from the cart. Last second contest does come through. Translocate out. Edison keeping things contested for now as the sleep does connect. Bliss going to be taking a little bit of a nap, but nobody else is able to tag in to extend this OT, so they cannot make it work. It's a little bit in front of point B as far as it goes to the side of the Dallas Fuel.
That, by the way, was masterful from the Spark, because Dallas had like 5 ultimates. They had 4 ultimates confirmed, with Edison nearly being on EMP. 2 of those ultimates were on the support players who were out of the fight. The EMP from Shy catches both. Bliss is instantly deleted, and then MCD is zoned. What is this again? This is Leave just getting some decent pickoffs, but...
And then killing Sparkle, I believe.
Okay, so yeah, this disgusting 1v1 versus Sparkle. I just read him like a book. But beyond that, let's talk about that last fight again, because this is important. EMP onto the backline of the Dallas Fuel. Then MCD has to drop out, otherwise he dies to Gushway. You notice that Gushway doesn't even chase into MCD, just zaps him from a distance. Meanwhile, you pay attention to the health bars of Dallas Fuel, Edison, Sparkle, Hanbin all dying. 0 supports. MCD is out of the fight, and Bliss is dead. No healing, 0 healing. Which means you're guaranteed to lose. You just lose. You simply lose. And Dallas Fuel, they finally respawn. Guess what? Gushway is still spawn camping, locking down the doors. MCD is forced to nano Bliss at spawn. And Bliss has to rally at spawn. 2 support players ulting at spawn, because it's the only choice they have. No one can touch because your team is still being spawn camped. Edison can't do much there, so you just lose. That 1 EMP into dive play between Shy and Gushway just secures that defense on B.
Yeah, didn't get to see where Edison's translocator was set up, but clearly it was so very far away that he wasn't able to sprint back in. Now, though,
even if he does, what is he doing? 1v5? Like, he can't win that, so...
Oh, sure.
You just lose.
I'm just saying, if anyone's out there saying, like, why didn't Edison touch the card again? Well, his entire
he tried
situation
and he died.
didn't have the setup for it.
He went there and he just got fragged.
Well, now we'll see how the Fuel manages on their defense. I mean, a point B stop, it's echoes of the previous map there in King's Row, but a little bit in reverse. Nice forward aggression, though. They spot out Langs' Bananti. They push forward. They manage to find that opening kill. Very much slows the roll of the Hangzhou Spark and gives Edison a very nice stretch lead over Shy for now.
This also answers the compositional matchup, right? I was questioning whether, okay, Edison overstays a little bit there. He was confident that he wasn't going to get fragged, and now he gets fragged, and Dallas Fuel at risk of losing space here. I was going to mention matchup-wise, but he's definitely not playing any Junker Queen today on this map, and likely won't be, because the first 2 points, especially the first point of Rialto, much more favorable for the Diva.
Good nade on to both supports here. Hangzhou Spark going to be slowed up. Sparkle dumps that pulse bomb, gets the stick on a Gushway. They take him down. Good trading so far here for the side of the Fuel, as Shy still trying to catch up. 20% the deficit right now, as Edison's about to have the EMP ready. Dash around the side, the drop down, and Hanbin gets another eat. 2 pulses taken away from Leave now in this map alone.
Clean.
Huge performances on this Diva. Langston now completely swallowed up by the Dallas Fuel to take him down.
Oh, the back line.
Answer back, however, finds both supports, but so too does Hanbin. So it's just tanks trading for backlines. The Hangzhou Spark, though, they do manage to occupy some space. They open things up, and now they start moving forward.
It's a favorable trade for Spark based on respawn distances, and you can see that reflected in the fact that Dallas will have to back up. They lose positioning here. Hanbin's going to try and come around the back, but Courtyard is completely open. Payload is now in the open as well, which is brilliant for the Spark. I mean, this is the strength of the attacking side now.
Yeah,
and there's a D-Mech. What happened there?
Yeah, I don't even know. His mech just completely disappeared. A magic trick performed here by Gushway. Jumps up on the high ground, finds him, cleaves down the Baby Diva. The EMP catches pretty much everybody else on the side of the Dallas Fuel. Rally now rolling from Bliss. He's trying to fight this one out.
That's bad.
He's completely contained in the corner at the moment. They're not killing him, but they're just focusing on bringing the card forward. Now that he's arrived and he tries to keep this contested, he's too late.
They didn't even touch.
And yeah, they don't even get the touch, so now Hangzhou Spark have 4 minutes left to go. Bliss does manage to take down Gushway, so maybe they can establish some cart control. So, okay, the Pulse Bomb is going to be committed into the fight, and they're actually going to damn near find a team kill, but they don't get the cart. delayed at all. They don't
Oh,
prevent
man.
the cap, so Hangzhou Spark now have close spawn and time.
That's tragic because, you know, I'm still debating whether the rally was the right call to make. It's one of those confidence calls to get it work for Bliss last time. He makes it happen again. If he actually touched, that would have been brilliant from the field because that rally would have been worth. But because no one actually made the payload on time, that just looks a bit silly now. Also, I still don't know how Harmer got DMEC. That was some trickery right there. That should not have happened.
That's why I saw him at like half HP, and then Gooseray jumped to the high ground, and the mech was gone.
Could have been EMP.
I think the EMP was on the back end of it. Either way, doesn't matter. It was just monstrous. But now the bridge still going to be held. Han been playing quite far forward. Denies the hack away. Manages to evade that for now, but now has to pull out of this forward position. Hangzhou breaking the defensive lines and getting this card across the bridge.
Shy has EMP. Edison's about to get there as well, but if Edison has to back out, this is big for the Spark.
Very precarious duel there between Sparkle and Lee. Both of them hovering lower and lower as Langza dashing away. Manages to avoid that pulse, but now the three-man anti goes in. Sleep Dart, however, connects on the Hanbin, but he's woken up pretty quickly. EMP now comes out from Shy. Edison gets caught up in it. Self-destruct goes out. Not going to be able to find any eliminations, but now Edison find the timing. Go ahead and let his own ult go. Hanbin back across the bridge, trying to stay alive. The shots coming through from MCD do manage to keep him sustained. Sleep Dart, however, drops him here onto the low ground. Now he's going to be broken out of the mech. Opens up the back line now to a hell of a lot of damage, but it's going to be Monk and Langza who are falling first. Bliss still staying alive but being pursued by Gushue. Chase goes deeper and deeper. He's trying to self-sustain, but eventually will fall. Now the Primal gets opened up as Gushue goes on the hunt. Not finding too many targets though, but can just go ahead and focus back on the cart and continue wrapping this around the final corner.
And there will be one more fight, and this time Edison has to use the EMP. It's got to catch big time. Spark to get themselves out of that hole. And if this fight goes long, by the way, Shy's going to find another EMP here as well, so Doubtful, they have to dig their heels in now.
Finds it on the two. Gushue and Lee
No
both going to be
supports,
taken
though.
down. Yeah, the supports are eliminated. Sparkle at a sliver manages to grab the health pack, stays alive, at least for the time being. The pulse bomb could be huge, but he desperately needs some TLC here from one of the supports. Shy as well, Trenzo getting back. Langza trying to peel, having some swapped over here onto the Lucio, but Monk is going to be hacked, stuck into the corner. Looks like he does manage to TP out just in time. The cart's still going to be halted with 1 minute and 25 seconds now remaining.
That was miraculous. It's just Dallasville had 0 supports, and somehow all 3 of them lived. Sparkle on like 10 HP as well. If Sparkle went down there or anybody, this would have been a 5 versus 4. Would have been disastrous. Now Shy at the EMP. No deaths.
It goes across, but yeah, the deaths are not found. Sparkle manages to get the recall off in time. The follow-up hack does come through. Pulse bomb in the back pocket. We'll see if he can get a stick across here for one of these targets, because we're getting now under 1 minute remaining for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. And if Dallasville can win out this fight, there's definitely a hope for them being able to get this hold. Bliss, however, going to be taken out. This goes diving into the back line. MCD is well going to evaporate, so can they do it again? 3 members, no supports, trying to survive. Pulse bomb goes out from Sparkle, but it's not going to find a stick. It's not going to find a kill. And Hanbin, everybody's just getting worked lower and lower. The break on the mech, the push on the cart. And the Hangzhou Spark will be able to get it done, but very hard fought. The Dallas Fuel clearly feeling a lot more like themselves here today. Are pushing back in major ways, but just barely not enough to be able to get these map wins. Now they find themselves in a deficit.
A lot of this is coming down to the fact that Dallas are playing much more comfortable comps. We look at the Jungle Queen from the last 2 maps. We look at now the Diva as well. Something Hanbin is amazing. I mean, 2 Pulse Bomb eats on leave. And those could have connected as well. They look pretty decent, but Hanbin just denying that time and time again. Wasn't even dying on the attack. I mean, it took him a long... Was it the defense, I think? Took him the longest time to get demec'd. So Dallas Field played this Diva comp super well. And I think Diva's amazing on Rialto as well. So good call. Didn't need to play the Jungle Queen here. I respect it. You want to play verticality, which is important for the Fuel. However, we look at the Hangzhou Spark. We look at the dive power. That last fight tells you everything you need to know. It's the Gushue, Leave, Shy trio. Again, they land on the backline. Bliss, MCD down. Once again, 2 fights in a row. 0 supports for the Fuel. And even with Hanbin on his beloved Diva, it's not going to be enough. Edison, by the way, this matchup, I don't think he performed as well as Shy. Shy, far quicker on the EMP charge, and that's also a huge difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, especially on that attack, we saw how quickly Shy was able to build those up. I mean, he was lapping him. He was a full EMP ahead of Edison at one point. A bit better on their own attack, I suppose, but at the end of it all, it's just some brutality here for the Dallas Fuel. The Hangzhou Spark continue to look quite excellent. I like the fight back here from the Fuel. They're looking a lot more like themselves here today, but like you said, it's just a couple of metrics where they're getting bested.
I think a lot of this just comes down to the fact that we're putting Hanbin, especially in the comp surrounding Hanbin, in much more familiar territory. You put Hanbin on something he's not used to, like the Winston, you're just not going to beat Goose Ray, who's one of the best Winstons we've seen. But you put him on something like a Diva or a Queen, two heroes he's amazing on, especially the Queen, which he's potentially the best in the world on. That is going to make a world of difference for the Dallas Fuel. So that's what they need to continue doing for the rest of the series. And it's not over yet, despite it being match point now for the Spark. I still think the Dallas Fuel have a little bit more to play through. We're going to push next. Ample room for the Queen to come back.
We'll see if that is going to be the case as we go to a break. Alrighty, and we are back and going into what could very well be the last map of our first series of the day. Dallas Fuel, though, onus on them to answer back and take us into a fifth and final map. Hangzhou Spark able to scrape by with a victory there on Rialto. Now brings them to match point, which means that they just have Colosseo standing between them and a second victory.
I think the Dallas Fuel have fond memories of Colosseo as well. This was the final map of the playoffs last year. They took down the San Francisco Shock in 4-3 fashion. This was the map that got them the championship in 2022. And now it'll be the map that will potentially save them here versus the Spark in their second match so far of the 2023 season. And honestly speaking, it's been very close. I mean, you'd imagine, based off what we saw last week, Spark dominating the Dragons, Dallas getting dominated by the Guangzhou Charge, this would be a far more decisive game for the Spark. But Fuel are catching up, and this is what we expect out of Fuel. I mean, I think it's fair to say, look, opening match, they struggle, they have every single year. Come back week two, the week break that we've had has been huge for the Fuel. If they didn't get that week break, and they played 2 matches in the first week, could have been a 0-2 start. But now, they've gone back in the kitchen. Russia's been doing a bit of cooking. They discover some more comps. Say discover, they've always been able to play these. Put your players on the heroes they are good at. That's really it. And that one change has allowed Dallas Field to get back into where they were before. Or as much as possible, anyway.
We'll get ready to focus in on two players that have had their moments. I'd say one, more so than the other. We were talking about it just before we went to the break. But that, of course, is going to end up being, Shy versus Edison. We'll zoom in on their somber performances in just a moment and see how things did go on Rialto with a little bit of extra detail. And, it's kind of what we expected. I mean, Shy only having one death as well is monstrous.
Either way, that's out of 19 deaths. The total deaths for Hangzhou Spark was 19. He was 1 out of the 19. There was no other player that had 1 death. Every other player, the next lowest was 4, shared by 4 players, and then 5 and 6, etc. So he was the only player even close to 1 death there. But aside from the 1 death, let's focus on another important stat line here. 31 enemies hacked versus the 22 of Edison. And that's a combination of both EMP and manuals, of which Shy got more of on both ends. When you look at the one final blow, that's probably not a super important stat line because you have Leave and Goose cleaning up kills, so he doesn't need to be the guy getting the final blows, but he needs to be the guy not dying, getting quick EMPs, and getting a lot of hacks, which he did.
Which is what I wanted to see, which was, time to build ult, because it just felt like he was having them so quickly. I would love to see how that compared between the two. Either way, though.
I can tell you.
Oh, okay. Lay it on.
Shy 124, Edison 142.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Well, Colosseo now is what's standing between the Hangzhou Spark and a second series victory here at the start of the 2023 season. Dallas Fuel, though, they have been pushing them. They have been picking up objectives here in this series. It's been a much better, I'd say, performance compared to what we saw from them last week. They look a lot more like themselves, but can they continue to improve and then take this into a 5th and final map?
Well, I think this is a favorable map for Fuel because we're on a flat map, generally speaking. Yes, I know there's a bit of high ground on the actual capture point on the spiral, but aside from that, I don't think that's ridiculous high ground. It's assaultable even for a queen comp, and this is where, if you're Dallas Field and you want to play a quote-unquote counter comp again, you want to take the Spark off their comfort, which is going to be the Winston dive. I think you force the queen matchup here. You've already won with it on King's Row, and Colosseo has pretty reasonable geometry for it, and Hanbin agrees. He's locking it in straight away.
Okay. The question is, well, A, Gushwei, what's he going to end up doing?
I think they start the Winston.
Okay.
Because that's the default here. I don't know if they're confident to play the Brawl here, but that time will tell. But I think starting the Winston here is generally what you want of this, because you don't want to be the team playing a Ryan Brawl and then Dallas Fuel will go dive. That would be bad. So going the Winston makes sense.
My other question is going to be, once identifying, seeing everything that the field does have, or rather, seeing what the Spark does have, the Spark will opt to stick with the Tracer. Is going to go back over to the Reaper that was finding so much value for them on King's Row. We'll have to just wait and see, though. As for now,
Sparkle
does get unlocked.
Sparkle going to the Reaper, possibly. Be a pretty good call if they want to do that, but I think push maps as well, generally speaking, you want to have some flank control, so double flank is decent for the Dallas Fuel as opening flight does break through. And Fuel are kind of not able to find any particular staging areas, trying to get a bit of outside map control, which they have now. So Spark have mostly lost the outdoors.
Seeing quite a bit of space there. Edison just threatening a hack on anybody who does want to push far enough forward to try to really contest them on this spot. And spot widely going to be locked in place as well, so just shy of 3 meters gained at the moment for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. So nothing concerning at all here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. More than half of trying to build up impact ults.
A little bit earlier, Bliss was on something like 50 HP. I think Shy just barely missed the headshot. It was a body shot instead, so that would have been the difference maker. That would have been first blood, of which we haven't seen yet. About 1:30 in. No kills. No real lead. 2.73 is not really lead in harm, but how did he get Shy?
I don't know. Either way, it does manage to come away with it. Gushwei knocked down a half HP, and Hanbin gets on top of him, finds the Alim, strikes him down once more. That's going to be the Fuel now gaining control of the bot for the first time. And they very swiftly take the lead as they start pushing forward.
I mean, they must have just rushed in. Should have just been a shout. Run down Shy. Coach Gun must have been on cooldown because Shy should not die in those situations with the Coach Gun available. Shy putting a decent amount of damage in, though. Nearly has the Bob available, which will need to re-aggress on towards this neutral position. A bunch of ultimates actually coming online. So Nano versus Kitsune Rush. Bliss's Sound Barrier, I think, will be pivotal. That's got to be the big turning ult.
Just about ready to have it. 5 ults, not that far away here from the side of the fuel. Langza lagging behind just a little bit when it comes down to getting the rally online. Love to have that, maybe for an attempt shutting down Sparkle or even Edison, but now it's going to be the tempo beat rushing forward here. The Dallas Field, the Kitsune rush as well, going to be layered in. Sparkle down to about 5 HP, does manage to recall as Leave takes himself down with his own pulse bomb. That's just going to be catastrophic. Shy, Feld, Gushway dead. The two supports just trying to backpedal fast enough to get themselves the hell out of here, but the knife does connect. Langza gets pulled right back up into the front lines. And Monk, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do enough. And okay, actually, it's going to be Langza who lives. Instead, they turn their sights over to Monk, and now Leave. He's just getting cycled back into the spawn room. Sparkle kills him immediately as he respawns, and Sparkle's about to lap him 74% for the next pulse bomb. This is monstrous.
The Fueler just goes so aggressive here. I mean, they're basically running into the 100 Spark spawn. Meanwhile, I think one player was left on the payload just to get a bit of pushing in there. I would say about within a flight roughly of maybe getting to the cap here. The Spark still have ultimates. Big kill. Langza finds Edison.
Just managed to take him down, so okay, pressure going to be alleviated.
Just in case.
Decent opening push though for the side of the Dallas Fuel. See how long it takes them to regain control of this bot.
I think
So
this
far,
is
it's not advancing.
better tempo for the Spark to put Shy back onto the Sombra. I mean, you could tell that he was a target playing the Ashe. He's been run down twice, even with the Nano from Monk on the Shy. It says everything about who they're trying to keep alive. Gushray doesn't even get the Nano. That's the preferred Nano target, but they have to Nano Shy's Ashe just to keep him alive, and even then still went down. So, much better situation for the Spark to try and match in terms of the Tracer Sombra.
A little bit of pressure applied there onto Edison. Pulse bomb goes up from Sparkle. Will find Langza. That's going to be the rally completely shut down. Perfect timing from him.
Primal.
Getting that elimination. Yeah, Primal is out from Gushway, but I mean, look at where he's at. He's just jumping around into the back lines, far away from the players. Now is finally trying to go in and aggress, but as soon as he does so, everyone just turns their sights right onto the Winston. They absolutely decimate him. He's taken down now. Leave dead once again, this time to the hands of Bliss rather than to his own pulse bomb, but Hangzhou Spark, he shoved back into the spawn rooms once again, and it's going to be the Dallas Fuel pushing forward.
I think Gushray just went too far forward there. He dived super deep in the backline. He was forced to primal. That wouldn't have been a primal that he really wanted to play through, but he didn't want to die, so unfortunate in terms of the Hangzhou Spark and how they dived that one. It's one of those rare solo dives from Gushray. Wasn't lined up with Shy or Leave it anything. But it is Shy's turn to get an EMP on now. Bliss with another sound barrier. Super important here.
Okay,
Doesn't save MCD though.
Yeah, they do manage to find him the sound barrier a little bit too late to try to save MCD's life. We'll see if they can still try to trade battle and win out the rest of this fight. Sparkle goes in, not going to be able to find anything, but Hanbin gets on top of Monk, finds that kill. The Rampage leading to these eliminations as Hanbin is hanging on by a thread, but he still comes up with 3 eliminations in the fight. And as soon as Hangzhou
he got
Spark
pulsed as well.
get a pick, they just turn it right around.
He's on critical HP, pulse bomb by Leave, and still gets a 3k and lives at the end of all of that. That is a true certified Hanbin moment on the Queen. We're back over towards Dallas Fuel, retaining the lead here with 4 minutes and 30 left to go. Spark still with a lot of work to do, and they got no ults.
You know, I never thought that I would really want to have, be casting Junker Queen again after everything that we saw from last season, but watching Hanbin play, being able to commentate this, you know what, I'm all in for more of it. Right now, it's looking absolutely superb. Way just trying to hold up some of these right-click zaps, trying to pressure out at range. He himself getting worked lower and lower as time goes on, and Hanbin again gets on top of him, finds that kill. The trade out, it's only Sparkle lost so far. EMP going to be committed. Edison pulls the trigger on it. They look for a little bit more, and Langza going to be taken down. They manage to just push around the corner, find that support at the end. But not moving forward at the moment, so they're still a little ways away from the checkpoint. Now Shy coming back through, will be able to find Bliss.
Rampage nearly
Also
there.
not getting too much distance off of the EMP.
They might have to back out. They've lost all positioning here. MCD's really close to dying as well. Dallas Field wanted to continue fighting there. Even without Bliss, there was a timing window where it was a 4v4. And if Hanbin finds the Rampage and MCD has more HP, they go for it. But no one heals MCD in that comp when Bliss is still respawning. They respect the fact that if they lose MCD, it's a lost fight, and they want to blow a free Rampage into a lost fight. So they make the call to back on out. It's 54-88, no cap, but still a very winnable position. Shy needs this EMP. It'll be EMP versus Rampage. Monk, crucially, has a nano this time, so whoever's at risk of dying to Rampage needs to get nanoed.
I mean, the problem is it could be multiple people.
Could also be Monk himself.
Ready to go. The nano goes out on the Langza. Anticipating to dive into the back line. EMP comes across, and Monk is going to be able to find 2 kills. Bliss and Sparkle both get taken down here by the Sparks. Ana. MCD in a rough spot. He can try to TP out. The answer is going to be no. Monk will find a 3rd kill in the fight, as Hangzhou will finally be able to get this bot pushing once more.
Too expensive. 3 ults. That's really bad from the Spark, unfortunately. Well, I say bad, it's not favorable. It's not what they want. They want a cheaper fight than that. Ideally, just an EMP, maybe 1 support ultimate. Now that you've lost both, you've lost, by the way, your entire ability to defend against a Rampage. Rally would be ideal. Nano would be even better. You have none of that. Once Rampage comes on through, it could be really bad. With Bliss going down, though, Spark can get a bit more distance. Dallas might have to respect that. I think they got to wait for Bliss.
Yeah, I mean, 13 meters left to go to retake the lead here for the side of the Spark. Fishway catching Hanbin there in a corner, but I think that's a bridge too far, trying to cleave down that Junker Queen, so instead we'll just join back in with the rest of the team.
It's now 0 ults versus 5.
Okay, Rampage goes across, managing to find 3. Monk immediately going to be taken down. Langsa eliminated as well as Edison gets on top of them. The support's now gone, and they were just a meter away from at least snatching up the lead, having a bit of a safety net here inside of the Spark.
They were never going to get it.
They come in, they pop the Rampage, they pop the Rush, they still bank 3 ults, and now they're shipping the bot back across towards the Spark side of the map.
Spark spent way too much in the lead up to the final fight there. The entire ult bank gone. All 5 ultimates disappeared. Dallas didn't spend anything. Literally 0 to 5 ultimates. Dallas, all they got to do, wait for Bliss to respawn, take the 5v5 with an ult advantage, and you're fine. MCD being down here means the payload will get reset, but it's still deep within Spark territory, and Dallas Fuel, they can just burn the timer down.
Yeah, as long as they can meet the bot of the halfway point, they're going to be in a decent position, but now they still want to push this one, even with MCD not being there right away. EMP catches 3, but the kill's not going to be found in the follow-up. The pulse bomb out from Sparkle as well. Not going to be getting a stick. Bot being shipped away. Does get caught. They hold it in place for now, but Hangzhou Spark continue to advance.
With all the ults burned from Dallas Fuel, I mean, I was going to say they can burn the timer down, but you don't really heavily commit like that. Just reset, dive, or dive, or die. Either of the 2 options for the defuel there, but with all the extra ult spent, we've kind of got the reverse situation where now Spark are the ones finding ultimates with an extra kill to Edison, and Dallas Fuel are the ones left wanting. If Bliss is annihilated on this EMP, Spark could get the cap here. And if Spark get the cap, it's... Touch! No touch! No, okay, well, never mind. Maybe there was just over-respect. Dallas Fuel had 4. I guess they just didn't want to go for it.
Yeah, they don't let it go, but now
Bliss is dead. Okay,
they just jump right in front of him. Yeah, Bliss is going to be taken down. 28 seconds remaining. It's going to be a final fight into an overtime push here. Necessary for the side of the Dallas Fuel if they want to be able to get this win. But oh, it's the Lavin on the pulse bomb. The staggers are absolutely monstrous here. The Spark giving them no chance whatsoever. And they still hold on to both support ultimates. The Primal nearly online. It's all in this beat.
This is looking unlikely for Dallas Fuel. I mean, they had 1 real shot at this one with Bliss dying.
Edison's just dead.
3-man sound barrier, but Edison's dead again.
He goes in, tries to get the touch, overstays, ends up getting picked off. MCD now taken down as well. There's just not enough healing throughput to try to keep anybody else alive. Langsa can go ahead and celebrate. He scoops up 3 kills in the final fight, and that will do it. Just stolen. The rug pulled out from right beneath their feet, right as they're ready to cross the finish line and take this into a final map. Hangzhou Spark will be able to close it as a 3-1.
Credit to Hanbin, though, man. Like, the dude played out of his mind. He was by far the standout on the Dallas Field today, and as you'd expect. And I think when you look at the Guangzhou Charge matchup versus Piggy, not great because Hanbin was on an unfamiliar hero. You start putting Hanbin back on his favorites, things look so much better. Edison a little bit frustrated there, and I think it was a bit of an unfortunate performance from Edison on the Sombra today. I think on the opening Antarctic Peninsula was a pretty good opening map, but beyond that, Shy was the much better Sombra today. And it's a little frustrating for the Dallas Field because I thought they had that last map, man. Colosseo was so good for them. They held the lead for like 6 minutes plus, like 6-7 minutes. Dallas Field in the lead, and Hangzhou Spark they were being cycled. They were not able to get a lot of work done. They needed some good pushing towards the end there. And it came down to Bliss needs to stay alive, not get caught by the EMP. The EMP comes through from Shy. Bliss counters the sound barrier. Dallas Fuel, they can win that fight. It's final fight. Dallas Fuel have the lead. They get the victory right there. We go to map number 5. However, Bliss is still respawning. Dallas Fuel let the cap go through, and Hangzhou Spark get the lead. I think even if Bliss doesn't die there, the mere fact that Hangzhou Spark gets a lead is an extremely poor situation from Dallas Fuel. You cannot allow the flip to come on through no matter what. Let's talk about a player of the match, Shy. The better Sombra.
Yeah, I mean, just in pretty much every metric you would suspect that, I mean, Shy just looked absolutely incredible playing this. I mean, as well, earlier on Antarctica, showing us the Cassidy, just absolutely crushing people. It was just a wonderful day here for Shy in particular on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. But, you know, you're talking about Bliss dying at the end there. It feels like the loss, it wasn't guaranteed, but again, Edison committing to that EMP when they were down a player on the Hangzhou Spark side of the map there on that push. Just a bridge too far, an overcommitment. They think that they can win the fight, and then in the end, it just doesn't come to fruition. Now they're missing that major tool that Shy so very often has.
That shot again.
Yeah.
You know, seeing some, I mean, it was across 2 heroes, right? There wasn't just a Sombra performance, although the Sombra was the majority of what Shy played today. And, you know, I think when you look at the Dallas field, there were some good things there. So at least I would like to believe some of the doomium for the Dallas field is alleviated. They can play up against what most would consider to be the #1 team in the Eastern region right now with the Hangzhou Spark. And if Dallas field can play them this close, then, you know, all rumors of Dallas field completely wetting the bed should subside a little. We have them basically top 3 in preseason rankings, so I'm not surprised that Dallas field are playing the Hangzhou Spark this closely. As we take a look at the final Shy Sombra stats, the most important stat line I want people to pay attention to is how few deaths he had.
Yeah.
That was one of the most important things. Because he dies so little and he just stays alive, he's able to farm up EMP. He's able to be annoying. He's able to find more hacks. He's able to do more things that Sombra needs to do. And the low final blows, low damage, that's whatever. Damage is only important for farming the EMP, but you're not going to be the guy killing everybody. That's what Leave and Gushui do. What your job as a Sombra to do is to be annoying, farm EMP, get a lot of hacks in there, and not die, which Shy did perfectly.
Yeah, he was able to accomplish that beautifully. And I mean, we saw, you know, overcommitments, you know, again, got to bring it up. Just saw it. Overcommitments from Edison, overstaying, getting picked off. That did not happen for Shy. He was playing to his limits incredibly well. He knew when he could get engaged. He knew when he was going to be able to get out of there. Just star-studded performance from Shy, who we've always been hyped up about. He was in the conversation for Rookie of the Year, MVP, all of this kind of stuff in the past when Hangzhou Spark was not doing particularly well. He was still shining so brightly that we had to give him credit. Now he's got this team around him. Hangzhou Spark, a couple stumbles here. I mean, obviously, it took him a while to figure out how to really work around this Junker Queen, but this looks like it's going to be a record-breaking year for Hangzhou Spark, and maybe Shy can finally get those extra accolades that have eluded him in his career, here in the 2023 season.
And by the way, I think the season now, at least for the first stage, heading to MSM, gets a little bit easier for the Spark, because no other team in this region, and I'll even include the Contenders team coming into knockouts, no one's going to play a better Junker Queen than Hanbin. So you've got to pass the best Junker Queen that this entire region has to offer. It should be fairly, I don't want to curse them, but it should be fairly smooth sailing now, given that you're only going to face this level of resistance when you play Hanbin again. The only thing that will be tricky now will be playing up against also other good Winston teams. I was going to say better than Dallas Winston teams, which should be a decent amount of teams considering Hanbin's not a Winston player, but that will be the next test for the Hangzhou Spark. But getting past the field here, getting past the Junker Queen was an important milestone.
Yeah, very solid performance there. And, a nice second victory here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Unfortunately for the Dallas Fuel, it's going to have to wait until that next matchup to see if they're going to be able to get one on the board. And if they can't in the next one, then that's when you really start to be concerned. But signs of life, I think overall looking a lot better here today. But that's just our first series out of the way. We still have one more that's going to be coming up in a bit. And that, of course, is going to be the Seoul Infernal going up against the Shanghai Dragons. We get a second look at the Fleta tank. We'll see how it performs when we come back. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, and we are back. It's time to go into our second and final series of the evening. This time, we have the Seoul Infernal going up against the Shanghai Dragons. We just got to watch the Dallas Fuel take on the Hangzhou Spark, and they put up a fight in some of the maps, getting a nice cheeky C9 backdoor cap on the card as well on King's Row, but unfortunately could not close things out on push to take us to a fifth and final map. So a nice little 3-1 victory there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. But now we focus forward, and we see another team that we question whether or not they're going to have improvements, because Dallas Fuel at least looking a lot better as far as their what's the word I'm looking for here? Their cohesion. There we go. That's the one. Their cohesion looking a lot better this week compared to the last. Still falling a bit shy of the mark though. But for the Shanghai Dragons, how are they going to fare going up against the newly monikered Seoul Infernal?
And that's the thing, right? Because we saw what Rush was cooking in the past week, and came up with some good stuff for Harmon to play. What has Moon been cooking? We're out here doing MasterChef between two of the best coaches we had in Overwatch League seasons. I mean, they both literally won Coach of the Year at various stages. So between Rush and Moon, it's Moon's turn to kind of prove that Shanghai can make a bounce back, because these are the two teams that really struggled in week one. Dallas, despite losing to Spark today, which I don't think is a crazy result, that would be the expected result. We probably come into this knowing that Spark is the better team, but Dallas really showed up anyway, and I think had a competitive series. Now you need to see Shanghai very much do the same thing as, in week one. When we saw as you see this graphic now, but we saw the play interviews, a little segment before they faced the Seoul Dynasty. Zest basically said that last year he got dubbed the Dragon Slayer for how often the Philadelphia Fusion were able to take down the Shanghai Dragons. And now this year he wants to be the Tiger Slayer. Although they've already lost to the Dynasty once, they'll have plenty of opportunities to face the Dynasty again. Being the Dragon Slayer from 2022, he's now facing the Dragons once again. And a far weaker looking Dragons, Infernal, should be in the lead unless Dragons are doing something special today.
Which, I mean, hey, they very well might, because you're talking about what Moon's cooked up for this week. I mean, we've been seeing that he's been cooking some crazy stuff in the offseason leading up into these matches. So, yeah, a 1 week turnaround to cook up something special. I'd be very surprised to see what that will be, if there is anything. But, yeah, I mean, this feels like a very lopsided matchup. Previously, it's one that you'd get very excited for, just given how things were between these two teams, last season. Like you said, just Zest being given that name as the Dragon Slayer and whatnot. This time, this is, the weakest form of the Dragons that he is going to face up against. So I think that, honestly, if this is anything other than a one-sided affair, you really start questioning both Infernal and also, how much Shanghai will have improved over a very short span of time.
You have to remember as well, in 2022 season last year, Stage 1 Kickoff Clash, the opening match of the entire season for the East Division was Philadelphia Fusion versus Shanghai Dragons, of which Fusion won 3-0. That was Zest and MN3 debuting for the first time in the Overwatch League, and they took down, at what was, that point, the defending champions of the Shanghai Dragons, 3-0. In many cases, similar to what we saw from Fuel and Charge last week. So, here we go. This is the Seoul Infernal.
Of course, having used that mind-melting performance by MN3 over on New Queen Street in the highlight reel, it'd be foolish to not wrap that one up there. But yeah, I mean, again, Seoul Infernal looked quite strong in their first series. Opened things up, battle for Seoul, the Bibimbap Brawl, whatever you want to call it. And we saw them fall shy of the mark, but it had barely gotten away from them. They let 2 rounds of control slip out of their fingers when it felt like they had it locked. But I think that for, a team widely comprised of a lot of new players that are coming into this lineup, I don't think that that's necessarily a poor performance. I don't think that you should look down on this team for letting those maps get out of their hands, because widely they still looked incredibly strong.
Yeah, it was a bit of anti-clutch from the Seoul Infernal, but largely I think the team still managed to roughly live up to expectations. I think it was more impressive from the Dynasty side of things, where they were the team with more of a shaky reputation coming into this year. You know, there were some murmurings about, like, how good was Prophet going to be. He still gets doubted every year, and he still proves the doubters wrong every single year. And then, of course, what is Krillin and the Lucio going to look like? And, well, that was a very competitive series coming through from the Dynasty as they clutched through an Oasis. And as you mentioned, Infernal ended up being the ones to drop the ball. Last 2 rounds there, they had a 99-0 start and then an 86-0, I believe, start. They kind of fumbled both those incredible leads. On the maps that Infernal did win, though, they looked incredible. Esperanza and Blizzard World. Some fantastic dive play coming through from Infernal. A couple of the places that I am concerned for the Infernal is Shambali Monastery, where they lost to the Void Rhine. Do you remember from last week? Void on Dynasty ended up pulling through a Rhine as a player that previously had never had Rhine in his hero pool. Beat the Infernal. And then, of course, on the other hand, Void ended up playing Sigma when it was their turn to attack, I believe. And as you'd expect, just unbelievable Sigma gap versus Mag, as Mag is not traditionally a Sigma player. So that might be a bit of a hole in the team going to this particular matchup. We'll see if Mag is forced to pick up any of those types of heroes again. I don't believe we have any Sigma maps in the pool. Junkertown, maybe, but I think you can get away with playing some Winston there. If Mag just sticks to the Winston for this entire series, I think Infernal will be okay.
I'll see if that's going to be the case, but also have to take a look and see what Shanghai Dragons have ready for us, because, you know, as we've been mentioning, have they cooked up something new? Or are they going to show us something wild, wacky, you know, outside of the meta? Or is it going to be some straight shooting? We'll have to just wait and see as we get ready to take a look at the starting 5 here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
Shanghai Dragons, man, they got a lot to live up to. Team that won the championship in 2021. In 2022, they brought back their entire roster to try and run it back, and they had an okay year. I say okay, I'm probably underselling it there. They did even take a stage title in the middle of the year due to Void's Junker Queen. Talking about good Junker Queen players, but Void no longer part of this team. It's the Flatank now that has to lead the charge for the Shanghai Dragons to get the work done, and Flitter's Winston was not particularly inspiring last week, although he was being compared to Gushui, who I'm sure anybody here, especially if you're not predominantly a main tank player or a tank player at all in the sense of Flitter, you're not going to look particularly good versus Gushui. Can he look much better versus Mag? He's had a week off. Try and work on that. One area that I thought Flitter was actually decent on was the Sigma, and that's where Mag has looked weak last week. But I don't think Sigma is going to get played here unless that's going to be the mirror on Junkertown, but I still probably think it's not going to happen. To me, the real shining bits of this roster is Hisu and Viper, and especially Hisu.
Yeah, we saw some good performances there from Hisu. Viper had a couple of highlight moments as well in his own right, so still looking to find their footing and really, push their names out there now with this roster. But as you say, your eyes just continue to drift towards Fleta in that tank position. It's still so weird, even after months of hearing that this was going to be the case and then getting to see it in a matchup, it still doesn't quite feel like reality. But I also think Fleta was the reason why they were why they lost that series. It wasn't like, okay, they just don't have a tank player, he's getting completely clobbered. It was more of just overall the team not being able to perform to those high level, those high expectations, especially going up against a team, as you said, in the side of the Hangzhou Spark and how they look right now during this season. But I don't think you could really isolate Fleta. Speaking of members, though, team members that are no longer on this team, we should say, we wish the best to Izzyaki and his recovery. Hopefully he'll be feeling right as rain soon enough and back on the stage to perform.
Had some really cool stuff from Lijagon and Izzyaki on Boston so far, with the PJ Con carry on the break, backed by Izzyaki on the Ana. But Shanghai players evolved. That includes Lip as well, man. There are some great Shanghai players that are not currently on Shanghai, but the ones that are on Shanghai are hoping for some good stuff in week 2 here in the Eastern Division of the Overwatch League 2023. I mean, I think Eris still has a lot to show here. He's new on the roster. I would doubt that he's had much time to really gel with the team yet, given DM's departure and Eris being added to the team was fairly recent, and that's even proven from the fact that Eris was on Panthera and Contenders not that long ago. So it's not like he was secretly actively scrimming with Shanghai the entire time. No, he was actually in Contenders, playing for a Contenders team, which means he actually only just joined this team fairly recently, and replacing DM, who would have likely been on that support position. Gangnam Jin and the Lucio is still a bit of a question mark. Hopefully, maybe we'll see some break today. That could be a better position for Gangnam Jin to be on. But this is going to have to be a Hisu Viper carry, if I'm going to be honest with you. They're up against M3 Zest. That's scary.
Yeah, it's a tall order. So we'll have to see how they do fare. Mag was just, running in place, jogging a bit, getting the blood flowing. Get ready for this matchup. It looks like we do have a minor delay here. So we'll go through our key players. Jump into this one. As you kind of mentioned it, Viper, Zest. We'll see how this matchup fares.
Zest in his rookies, not Zest, Viper in his rookie season. Zest's rookie season was last year. He sort of blew the gates open in that rookie season as one of the top rookies. I believe Zest even had an MVP nod as well. I was going to say Rookie of the Year nod, but every rookie gets that. You are by default, if you're a rookie, you're eligible for Rookie of the Year. But he was part of the, was it 10 players that was eligible for MVP, which goes to show how dominant of a year Zest really had in breaking through as a star player on what was then the Philly Fusion and now the Seoul Infernal. And that continues going to this year. I thought he was a pretty standout in the series last week. He'll continue to be a standout today, most likely. Viper's stats will not look as good considering they had to go up against Hangzhou Spark last week. And Viper's initial first, I would say, fight in the Overwatch League was versus Leave, where Leave one-clipped him with the melee on Oasis City Center. So that was a bit of a welcome to the Overwatch League moment.
Yep, that it was. Well, welcome to the Overwatch League, for anybody who's just tuning in, because we have a little tech delay. So I have a little PC swap going on the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and then we should be able to get into the game here. So it's just going to be a couple more minutes, so you get to look at our beautiful faces as we talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about. And then, yeah, carry on our merry way, and hopefully we can get this series underway. I think what happened was the league said, oh, the first match, it was way too quick. We need to stretch this out. So somebody go throw a wrench into, a PC or something.
And also
like that.
Kilios is on, so get all the pauses here. Start the pauses up.
It's very true. Hopefully this is not going to be a typical Achilleos pause, and it's only going to be a couple minutes, plug in some wires, get a PC booted up, get him into the client, and go. Because if it's a typical Achilleos pause, then oh boy, I'm already out of water.
We'll be here till tomorrow.
I don't have any snacks, so that would be pretty bad. I don't want to walk off camera while we're here, so I can't freely go get anything.
Let's figure out how long I can talk about this matchup before we talk about the Dune Part 2 trailer, which is...
Set a timer? I'll set a timer for you.
So where do we start? So what do I expect in this matchup? It should be Mag Winston, typical Sombra, Tracer dive, Zest Tracer, M3 Sombra. Most likely the DPS gets matched on the opposite end. Hisu, brilliant Sombra historically anyway, Viper. He's a flex DPS. We didn't really see much of Viper on anything but Genji during his time on O2 Blast before he got picked up for the Shanghai Dragons in the Overwatch League here. So, this is kind of the first time. Last week was the first match that we saw Viper play something that wasn't Genji. So some questions I had for Viper coming into this was, what else is in his hero pool? What does it look like? It's not his fault that he only played Genji. It's kind of whatever O2 Blast decided to do in seasons past last year for O2 Blast. And as expected, he is playing everything else, but is he going to be as good? Because he is being compared to Zest, and Zest had a breakout year last year, as we already mentioned. The Viper will be matched against that, compared against that. And then the bigger question overall is, does Fleta try and go back on the Winston? Because we looked at what Dallas and Rush were doing. They said, look, Hanbin's much better on Diva and Junker Queen. Let's do that instead. We can counter the Winston with a Junker Queen, just like some NA teams are doing right now between... Dante on the Glads. We also saw Kaluge playing that on Toronto as well. So why not try that on Dallas Field? I think that was a smart thing to do. Does Fleta have an experience with the Junker Queen? Because we saw Dia playing it last week. We saw DPS players legitimately jumping into the Junker Queen position during that meta. It's not impossible, but I have no idea what Fleta can do on that hero if he's got to be playing that hero at all. But if there's something cooking, I think that's probably what was cooking, because that Mag favors the Winston. If not the Winston, then maybe the Ball. Just a little bit more off meta. I didn't expect the Ball versus Ball mirror last week versus Dynasty, but that was also there.
Yeah, I was going to mention the Dia Junker Queen actually earlier on during the first series, because we were talking about, just great Junker Queens. I was going to say, wait till you see Dia bring it out again this season. But I would very much not mind that. I mean, you give Fleta something, typically very strong at anything. So whether it's hit scan, projectile, etc. Junker Queen, a little bit of both. You got that knife, you got to throw that. That's a projectile. Maybe he can get some nice midair snipes, something to that extent. But we'll have to just wait and see if he does have it. And I think this is the point where we start talking about the Dune 2 trailer. Because I'm running out of stuff. We made it 2 minutes and 16 seconds. I did set a timer.
I could
So-
I could keep going if you really want.
Okay.
You know, I got.
If you want to push it to the limit, I can hit resume. We can keep going.
You know, I know everyone's really excited to hear what you think about the Dune Part 2 trailer, but you know, I'll talk about Flitter a little bit longer,
Right, we're resuming.
just to delay it. And look, if I go long enough, then maybe by the time I'm done, the actual movie will come out. It was November or December. I don't know. It's very long though. But
November 3rd, something like that.
yeah, okay. Of course, you know the exact date. But you know all the showing times already as well. You probably know somebody that works at the cinema. But speaking of cinemas, there's a crowd in the cinema. We were there when we were in Korea. Let me talk about Flitter. That's what I said I was going to do, so I'm actually going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
When you're someone in Flitter's position, and you're just recently coming into a tank role after playing only DPS, you need to start looking at stuff like Doom and Junker Queen. Heroes that either got reworked into tanks that had originally been DPS, which was part of your pool, especially as a flex DPS player, or brand new tanks where everyone has an equal footing in terms of play time. So you're not going up against guys like Gushoy who has thousands of hours on Winston and you don't. You're going up against, well, you're not going to be in a Junker Queen mirror, but at least you have a fighting chance given that Junker Queen's a new enough hero that you would have had the exact same amount of time as everyone else to pick it up. It will still be maybe a rough matchup if you're not good enough, but it's a potentially positive matchup versus Mag, who will likely force the Winston. My only big question is, like, what happens if Mag goes Ball again? I don't think Ball's particularly good in this meta, but Infernal and Dynasty both really wanted to play it last week, and I wonder if they'll bring it back again. That was specifically on Blizzard World, and we're not playing that again. And I don't think there's another map in the pool that really looks good for Ball. Not that I would have assumed Blizzard World to be good anyway. Nepal, Hollywood, Junkertown, New Queen Street, Lijiang Tower.
You could see a
All
little
seems
bit on
pretty
Junker.
Winston heavy for me. No, I think you'd rather still just maybe, but actually you're not wrong. Not impossible. That could be a possibility.
Yeah, might be the case. I don't know. Obviously, we'll wait and get those answers as we get into it. I love that you're spoiling the map draft too, because I didn't know where we were going. So now I know that there's all these different maps that we're going to be playing on. I always like to wait till the reveal happens. As to
Whereas I'm thinking ahead of time. I'm planning out how all the maps are going to fall and who's going to win what.
I don't fully
all that kind
understand
of
that
stuff.
sign, so I'm not sure what
All
either
those
of them
Korean
says.
lessons, huh? Get a refund, Seth. Get a
Yeah.
refund.
All right. Well, I think in the end we stretched it to 4.5 minutes, pretty even. So
Like, go on, you cinephile. Tell me what you like about this movie.
Oh, it just looks gorgeous. I'm just happy that they're actually making it. Is my biggest thing, because there's this big concern.
Why wouldn't they
afterward.
make it?
Well, because I mean, so Denis Villeneuve actually said, like, after the first one was coming out, that if it's not a commercial success, then we might not get a part 2 of Dune. So there was this concern that
Part
it
2
could
just-
potentially not happen, and that we would only have part 1 of a movie that would then never have a conclusion.
Never be
So
finished.
the fact that it has happened, it's made, it's ready to be released, that's
Oh,
super
man.
exciting to me. The sandworm surfing scene when he's getting latched on and he's trying to grapple his way up onto it and attach to the scale, just it's gorgeous looking movie. I can't wait. I didn't see the
government
first one in
name for the
IMAX. I wish I
sandworm,
had.
please.
I'm seeing this one in IMAX. What did you
The
say?
fun fact about I said use the government name for the sandworm.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about.
I'll just keep calling it sandworm.
Shai Halud or something like that. I can't say it. I don't know. I'm not a big enough fan.
I don't directly remember. I remember the Gom Jabbar and a couple other things, House Atreides, etc.
I always imagined that movies like this, where there's clearly like a part 1, part 2, you'd kind of film them back to back, kind of like how Lord of the Rings was, right? Like you just got approved for all 3 in one go. You're like, we're not just gonna do Fellowship and end it there. Let's wait to see how Fellowship does, and if it doesn't do well enough, we're just not going to make 2 Towers and Return of the King. We'll just stop at Fellowship.
But that's
That
the
just wasn't
problem.
the case. Maybe things have changed now in 2023. I don't know.
People, companies just don't do that anymore. They don't take a risk on a
Cowards.
very grand
Cowards.
scale vision. I mean, Lord of the Rings was able to do that. I think the only movie that I can think of, or series of films that were made
And
at
Avatar.
the same time, well,
Is Avatar not back to back at the moment?
I think that they're developing the next like 3 or something at the same time. I don't know, but it's going to be like another 12 years until we see Avatar 3, and also, who cares? The second one was so mid. But I think
Oh, come on.
the movies,
3-hour tech demo. I enjoyed it.
the horror films X and Pearl, I think that's the only movies I can think of that in the last several years were made at the same time and then released. Because when they announced Pearl, it was very much a kind of a surprise. They're like, oh yeah, we have this prequel to our horror that we shot secretly at the same time and no one knew about it, and here you go. And
What
it
if
just
X bombed? Do you
Well,
just not
that's-
release Pearl? If-
I mean, yeah, that would have been a little bit awkward, but fortunately, X was a pretty good commercial success, at least as far as I'm aware. I watched it. I thought it was a very good movie. It's very straightforward. It's like the most straightforward horror film I've ever seen in my life, but it's like entertaining the whole way throughout.
Yeah.
But you know, it is what it is. As you guys can tell, we're still waiting on some stuff. So it seems like this is actually an Achilles pause at the end of the day. So we just get to keep going. Welcome.
Little will get his PC online at some point. He's the one
Yeah.
swapping out his PC. He's like, whoopsies, that's the DPS PC. Give me the tank one. I need to play tank today.
Yeah, all of his bindings are
Load up the
different,
scripts.
set up improperly. So he's got to do the full swap on the PC. Let me see. Okay, looks
Did
like
you watch John Wick Part 4?
I did. It was gorgeous.
Okay.
I'd say not my favorite entry in the series, but
Okay.
a very good. I like the ending of the movie a lot, is what I'll say, and I can't go into much more than that because obviously, don't want to spoil the ending of the film. But I like the ending quite a lot. I'm looking forward to the future ones because they're always entertaining. They're always very high, like high budget and like really well made, high octane, great energy, and just great entertainment the whole way through. So I would recommend John Wick 4 quite a bit for anybody who hasn't seen it. Though I will say it is incredibly long. So if you're going to go, don't drink 2 large sodas like I did before you go to the theater because it's like 2 hours and 45 minutes
Or
long, and I think you're
Have
catching my
a
drift.
large bladder.
Yes,
Come
that's
with a
it.
giant bladder.
That would also help. But I'm being told that we're actually going to go to a quick little break to go ahead and spare us from rambling on about films that you may or may not have seen. So we'll be back in about 5 or so minutes, and hopefully we'll get into the game from there. So don't go anywhere. Love you guys. So anyway, yeah. So John Wick 4, really good movie. Would highly recommend everybody go see that. Donnie Yen's excellent in it, albeit playing a blind guy again. We were just talking about this during the break that seemingly we just can do nothing but cast him as a blind person, but he does an excellent job of it. So why not
I like that we went to break and still spent the entire time
talking about movies?
talking about the same subject, but just not to the audience. Like no one got to hear it.
The podcast
So,
carried
yeah.
on, regardless of whether or not there was an audience for it or not. The show must go on. So,
Also, by the way, how troll is it that Avatar 2 is like the longest movie ever? So if you need to hold in, if you don't have a big bladder, you got to hold in. It's pretty excruciating. However, on top of that, not only was it long, but the entire
It's
movie's
covered in
up
water.
So you just look at water the entire time.
just torture.
You're just being taunted the whole 3 hours.
I admittedly went to the bathroom during the movie because it wasn't engaging enough for me to want to stay there and watch it all the way through. So I figured, you know what? I will go make myself a lot more comfortable for the rest of this film. Went to the restroom, came back, and I was like, you know what?
You could never make me walk out of a James Cameron classic. Never happened. I stayed there until it became dangerous to my life.
I think of James Cameron classic as Terminator 2, Titanic, those kinds of movies. I don't even put Avatar 1 up there because at the end of the day, it's just it's a story that's been
the one that made
told a million times over. So not very good. I'll still watch them because whatever, they're gorgeous films, but I just wish that they could take like 20% of the effort that they put into the world building and like design of creatures and everything, and then just apply that to storyline, and then it might be really, really good. It could be a modern classic, but unfortunately they don't do that. And I'm being told that we're gonna have another break. So get your final thoughts in, and then we'll throw to that. What are you gonna say?
I was gonna say I don't mind a tech demo with the story is kind of just it's optional in a tech demo. I'm just there to see pretty things for several hours at a time.
I mean, I guess that's fine. That's what you're into. If that's what you're there for, then more power to you, I suppose. But for me, my standards are a little bit too high, I suppose. But anyway, we're gonna go to another quick break, and then when we come back, maybe we'll keep talking about movies. Maybe we'll get into the game. We don't have the answers, but we're keen to find out. So don't go anywhere. Where were we? I lost track.
Talking about how much I enjoyed the visuals of
Right.
Of how good Reddit Digital is. You know what? They do the best visuals, and I will accept no further answers. Industrial Light and Magic? No, thank you. No, thank you.
No to them. Okay, we are getting the word though. You know, the teams are actually ready, so we should be able to get this match underway. We can finally cut the movie chat, and then we can jump into the series and finally get answers to all of the questions that we were posing before all of the delays had begun. So, go ahead and take a look here at the map set in a moment, and see where we got. You spoiled it a little bit, but Nepal to start.
I think this was tactical from the Shanghai Dragons, because what they noticed was that Mag was a little bit sleepy. He came into this match a little bit tired, so if they could just drag this one out for like another hour, Mag will literally fall asleep before he can play. And then the Soul Infernal are going to have to play 4v5 or just forfeit. I think that's genius, personally.
That's some dirty tactics that they got going on. But we'll see if it works.
That's one way you want to win the tank matchup. Flitter's like, damn, how am I going to win this tank matchup? How about Mag just falls asleep and can't play?
Could be. That could be the thing that makes the difference here for them. Either way, Nepal to start, then we'll go into Hollywood, then Junkertown, and if we can go past a 3-0, then we'll see New Queen Street as our push map, and then round things out on Lijiang Tower. Does hit a little bit different though, obviously, no longer the Lijiang Tower for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. We'll see if we can make it to the distance, because I think even if we do get there, that's still a victory in and of itself for the side of the Shanghai Dragons coming into this series, just given what we did see from the Soul Infernal. Your eyes do not deceive you, ladies and gentlemen. We are, in fact, in the game, and we're ready to kick things off with our first round.
You know what? I think the Soul Infernal would be truly cursed if they just repeatedly go to map 5, because that's what Fusion did almost all of last year, and we kind of talked a little bit about the fact that Mag could go ball, but I thought that was going to happen in Junkertown. No, it's going to happen on Nepal.
Okay, well, up here onto the high ground, MN3 going to be going for that staple pick of his with the Ash. Let's see how much value he can find as Hisu is going to be on the hunt with that Sombra. Steady building up at the moment, 24% towards that EMP.
Notably, MN3 is not going to be on a Sombra here to match Hisu, so Hisu should be able to run around fairly unimpeded. Sombra, also a great matchup into the ball. There's a hack and a mag straight away.
Yeah, we're talking about it. Wrecking ball seen, but no follow-up really off the back of the hack. Instead, it's going to be Years taken down. MN3 able to find the shots across. Gets rid of that enemy support. Now Gangnam Jin also going to be joining him in the grave as he gets taken down. Viper trying to get something done here on the point. But yeah, that one I'm not too certain about. Mag able to take down the enemy Tracer, and that's going to be Soul Infernal winning the first volley and now ticking up past 15.
He just ran up to Gangnam Jin and kicked him. How does he do that? That's crazy for Zenyatta.
Right in the teeth.
Yeah, I mean, MN3 will start things out here. Zest farming up the damage. He'll probably find the first ultimate here. The Soul Infernal probably expectedly will take the lead. Early hack on a mag did not really give purchase the Shanghai Dragons the way they wanted to. I think you also need a sleep dart or something like a Baronade to connect onto mag as well to really confirm it. Another manual onto mag, but once again, he'll just ignore it. Flitter, on the other hand.
Yeah, getting chipped away at. These charge up right clicks keep coming through. Okay, Pulver's not going to be able to find too much there from mag. Spot Flutter making his way over to the point. Viper nearly getting taken down. Hisu now able to build up that EMP, and looks like he may just be able to hold it here for the next fight, but actually does decide to commit to it all the same. Student picks up, already taken down. Viper does get picked up by Zest. And will be the Shanghai Dragons getting a flip, just signing 56% over to the side of the Soul Infernal as they gain control, and MN3 try to get out of here, but really is just delaying.
Oh, good stagger. That's really strong. Mag's already committed onto the point, so Soul Infernal, they're going to take this flip actually. Shanghai Dragons. I mean, Flitter was away, but Hisu and Viper were not there for the touch. Still at 5v4, though.
Yeah, but losing out on this point control is everything, because the rejoin is going to be coming through. MN3 not going to be that far away now. Fixa fancy it out down low. Will be able to get healed back up here by Skewed. Now have both of those support ultimates banked and ready to fly. But again, popping the Primal, gets the corner out, does go ahead and force the Transcendence from Skewed. Tries to stay alive, Viper with the pulse goes in, does find MN3. It's going to be a good deal of pressure alleviated, but it is going to be traded out. DPS for a healer. Here it's now in the grave. Gangnam Jin trying to keep everybody alive.
Huge
Massive
slam.
pulverize coming through. Yeah, just knocking them all up into the skies. There's going to be Viper coming on with yet another kill. This Fixa will fall, but Buddy gets traded back. And in the meantime, this point flip has not come through. Dragons just now gained control, but Soul Infernal get themselves up to 95, and now they're regaining control as well.
I mean, that's a point steal for the Shanghai Dragons, but they can't retain it. Soul Infernal will instantly flip it back. They have the 99, and everyone can touch. That's over. Somebody does touch Jesus there with Iris down, though. It's still a 4v5, and the ultimates favor the Soul Infernal.
I mean, surely, has Iris had a nano? I haven't even noticed it. If he'd thrown one in before, either way.
He did. I think he nano fled earlier on.
Okay.
He did nano fled earlier on, so that did happen.
It would have to be impossible for him to not have one, but doesn't manage to build up a second one, and with those little point steals coming through, not being able to get the flip back into their favor a little bit faster, Shanghai Dragons, they surrender over just a bit too much control, and well, Infernal are able to go ahead and take the first round.
I mean, when Shanghai got the stagger kill into MN3, that should have been Shanghai Dragons able to not necessarily take the lead, but certainly make control of the tempo. Should have been in their favor. The fact that Soul Infernal managed to sneak away the point, I mean, Mag and Co were already boosting their way towards the point to get that flip and to sneak it away, committed the mines for it. Then they just continue fighting 4v5, and it works out. The 4v5 is actually effective. They got somewhere like 95% before the Shanghai Dragons could do anything else. And as we move to Sanctum, this is new. I think this is the first Orisa that we've seen in 2023 Overwatch League.
Yeah, I do believe you're correct. No one else comes to mind as far as playing it. Mag gonna see how it fares here, at least at the very beginning, and he's getting in quite deep, really just pushing up towards their spawn. So far, he's widely been uncontested, just sitting in this little corner of the room.
Vix is already forced to land, by the way. He got hacked and assaulted upon by Hisu flanking around, so it's one major cooldown off the table. Shanghai Dragons can do something about it, then pressure Mag now. They'll land to save him. Speaking of pressure, Splitter on low HP.
Yeah, trying to pressure MN3. Sleep Dart will hit, but there's not anybody that can really collapse on top of him. Viper gets taken down by Zest, so he might be able to put the Hanzo on the ground, but he's woken up and he is clearly pissed off because MN3 comes back in, immediately finds two headshots. Iris and Hisu will both fall. And Infernal, again, going to be ticking up now past 15% as Fleta has to go for a quick reset.
Couple of hero swaps here. Lucio into the Kiriko. What is Fleta going to do here? Probably stay? Yeah, okay. The Viper goes on his beloved Genji, so this is his signature hero. This is basically all he played in Contenders, and the Ram to come through as well. So Dragon's going to play into the Brawl composition. They're probably noting that
and he's
with playing into the Orisa, maybe it's going to say playing into the Orisa as a Winston. He's just deleted 5% ult for no reason, by the way.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's only 5.
You can make that up pretty quickly, but not when you're dead. Stick hint. Fleta has managed at least to keep himself isolated so that Pulse Bomb doesn't find even more kills, but it doesn't matter too much because the rest of the team here from the side of the Soul Infernal will be able to find them. And that's just a Pulse 1 and otherwise a fairly neutral fight. They maintain control, now getting ready to crest 60%. They're just pushing out to the spawn rooms.
They're literally in spawn camp.
Oh boy.
And how long is this going to take? This will be 20 to 30% maybe. Maybe not. Soul Infernal back out. A lot of respect being shown. Fair enough. Well, to be fair, there's a back cap situation that could occur. You don't want to be spawn camping, then Hisu starts back capping. So fair enough, they back on out, but they shouldn't lose control of this little room here with the Mega Pack because you have so many good ultimates in this close space, including Dragon Strike.
Okay, Dragon Strike does go through. Just gonna cut them off, but Zest gets spot in the corner. Ends up falling. Fleta finding the kill. Hisu now the EMP online, but Gangnam gonna get picked as soon as that ambush comes in. Fixa just nailing him, finds that elimination. EMP now does come across. Viper dashing in, gets one. Iris falling low, however. MN3 eventually gets the headshot, manages to take him down. The transitives from Skews buys a little bit more time here for the side of the Soul Infernal. Still have not lost this point, 99%.
Blades on one.
He's got no HP though. No one appealed for him. He finally will get top back up, but suddenly they need to touch this point. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do it, and they can't.
I mean,
Viper just too late to try to drop down and keep that extended, but even if he had, likely would have been lost. And at the end of it all, we talked more about John Wick 4 and Avatar 2 than we did about the game.
Yeah, this is Soul Infernal where like they got 5 John Wicks, got up against all the goons from all those movies. My biggest question always is like, if you know you're going up against John Wick, why is every other assassin like, yeah, I'll take this contract? It's like, you don't know what happened to the last 50 guys that took this contract? Come on, fellas. That part always never sat well with me. And neither does this sort of Shanghai Dragon situation where are they trying to go Ram but then go back to the Winston. I would have preferred the Ram, honestly. The Genji's fine on a map like Sanctum, but they kind of got lost in the sauce there a little bit with the little swapsies, not sure what they're going to play. They're obviously confused by the Orisa. To be fair, the Orisa is a little confusing. I'd read that as the main tank version of Junker Queen, like Mag's like, I'm not really a Junker Queen player, so I'm going to go Orisa because it kind of does like an anti-Winston thing. But I've got a bit more playtime on Orisa. That's at least how I read it.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I'll just agree because otherwise I'm fairly confused. As we'll get a look at some of the highlights from the map, albeit fairly quick ones, so there's not going to be that many to go through.
But seriously, why is it every time someone puts out a hit on John Wick, every assassin with their phone just like, I'll take that? Where is the one dude that's like, you know what, maybe not. Maybe I'm not going to take this. It's not worth it. It's not worth my life.
Because all the ones that don't want to take it are the ones that are friends with him. Donnie Yen, Willem Dafoe,
everyone just wants to die.
Guys.
Everyone's just like, I'll die for I was going to say 2 million, but 0 because they don't get it. Because he died. They all see the name. It's like, yeah, I'll take this guy out. I'm like, come on, really? No one's just refusing?
Overconfidence, I suppose. Either way, that's map 1 in the books. Shanghai Dragons, clearly some leveling up that needs to be done. Map over map as we get ready to go into our hybrid selection. We'll see if that's going to come to fruition or if the Soul Infernal will just continue on this war path that they've started here with this first map of the fall. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a few minutes. Alrighty, and we are back and ready to go to map number 2. Fairly quick one, a blink and you miss it first map on Nepal as Infernal able to walk away with a 2-0 victory. And some unfortunate mishaps there for the side of the Dragons, costing them dearly in a, somewhat winnable position, I suppose, on the first round.
And I got to bring something up really quickly. Talked about Mag and some of the hero choices there. The Orisa coming on through as a hero that we basically haven't seen at all this entire year, as maybe being an alternative to the Junker Queen anti-dive, anti-Winston counter there. And I said, look, maybe Mag just prefers the Winston. Maybe he hasn't played a lot of Junker Queen, to which I read a comment that says, what do you mean, Avril? Mag played Junker Queen last year. And my response to that is, Just like the 2010 film The Taurus, directed by Florian Henkel von Donner's Mark, starring Angelina Jolie and Johnny Depp. I didn't watch The Washington Justice, so that's my excuse. I just didn't watch that team.
That's fair. I don't think.
I'll tell you who did watch that team.
movie.
Avast, every single game, but he didn't do it sober.
That's very true. Well, now we'll get ready to go into Hollywood, the land where all of these movies we've been discussing are made. And we'll see if we can have a breakout performance here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, or if this one is going to be a flop. Because unfortunately, first map, not inspiring too much confidence. We got to see our first Orisa. It scoops up a win. And I think that the whole way through, I don't believe Fleta got an ult. So it's been an unfortunate beginning. I think he built an ult at the very end of the second round.
He didn't use one, right? Maybe he got one and didn't use it. I'm trying to remember, dude. I straight up don't remember.
I'm pretty certain.
I don't remember if Fleta used an ultimate, just like I don't remember if Mag played Jungle Queen last year.
That's fair, but there's recency on one of them. But yeah, there wasn't too much to watch. But we'll see how things look as we go into hybrid. Hisu off the rip, playing forward here on the Sombra. Fleta's still going to be sticking through with this Winston, and we get to see Gangnam Jin over on the Brigitte again with Iris backing him up on the Ana.
Right, so Mag back over towards Winston as this. Funny enough, we're 2 maps in. This is the first Winston he's played. It's been balling Orisa so far. Everything else is fairly stock standard here. MN3 also back on the Sombra, as you've talked about the comps already. So an actual mirror composition this time around. MN3 going on a mission.
Well around the backside. Does go across here on a Mag. Can't put too much damage down though. Just tucks away into the stairwell. Keeps himself safe for now. As MN3 makes his presence known. Fleta can be hacked as he goes up onto the high ground. Takes a nasty chunk of damage. Kills coming across and trying to keep him sustained, but Gangnam Jin also under fire. The first tick already going to be surrendered now, so Infernal driving that one up for themselves, while Skewed is just perfectly sat back in the side hallway, keeping himself safe. Nade gets lobbed in. He's down to a sliver of HP. Mag able to finish him there with a melee hit. Now Fleta going to be taken down as well. Zest getting involved, finds the kill. Skewed will end up falling. Viper coming away with 1, but unfortunately, it seems like that's as good as it's going to get, as the cap is completed. It's nearly 5.5 minutes in the time bank for the Infernal.
And there's not really too much to write home about in terms of what Dragons can do in this next fight. Viper is 20% behind Zest, already has a pulse bomb. MN3 is miles ahead of Hisu at this rate in terms of finding that EMP. Perhaps Eris can get this nano up. That'll be the one big defense Shanghai Dragons can use. MN3 also slipped in the backline. Huge play by Eris.
Great catch.
That's going to allow Hisu to catch up.
Yeah. I mean, he goes low, but he does manage to get out of there, so just going to be a 2% differential between the two Sombras. He's a little bit closer to the action. But playing forward within the bubble, just trying to stay alive. Nano's at the ready here. Should they need to bail him out, or if they want to go aggressive. In the meantime, though, Viper, call to the flank. The recall used does take him out to safety, though.
Nearly 5 ults for Infernal. There's the EMP. Hisu lands first, but lands got on Fixer.
Got a quick kill coming through. You can see Infernal just playing back immediately off of that one, though MN3 goes in, does find his EMP, but doesn't really find any connections, and no kills are going to be found. So, in the end, it's just the Shanghai Dragons maintaining control of the archway.
You got I think it might have been a solo onto Viper, but Viper just waits the 1 second, recalls out to get their HP back, and he's fine. Sol, though, thankfully still have 4 ultimates available. Notably, they still have the double support ultimates, which Gangnam Jin and Eris will match now. So it's actually 4 aside. Pulse out first, and it misses.
3 still available here for Shanghai Dragons. Crucially, the support ultimates is very much come into play, as Mag is just keeping 3 people occupied here on this high ground, just juggling around this bubble so perfectly, avoiding damage. Now goes in, Primal's still going to be held, does get antied out, but the damage is just not coming through, so he doesn't feel the need to pop the ult. Instead rejoins here onto the low ground. Rally going to be rolling from Gangnam Jin. Fix is still holding on to one of his own. They get 2 ults out just for the 1. Overall, Infernal's still going to be in a good spot now. Fix getting antied, goes ahead, pops a rally, gets the wide shield. Starts looking for some more targets as Viper's going to get picked off. Zest able to find the solo kill onto him. The cart now advancing forward. Still up here onto the high ground as Mag goes low. Now pops the Primal. Yep, starts diving in towards that back line. Once they keep Gangnam Jin here separated from the rest of the team, so they can try to isolate Fleta. Maybe he can force out his own ultimate. Back comes through from MN3. And then they just absolutely massacre him. Winston now gone. The cart continues to roll. Hisu, another EMP about to be online, but can they even commit it without having Fleta here?
They'll use the EMP, yes. That means they're committing.
Does lead to MN3 getting picked once again. finding that elimination. Viper going to be going low. The recall takes him back up to full HP, down to 75 now as Zest gets in the back line, finds the enemy Ana, but it's going to be traded. Tracer on either side. Viper, however, able to double up, finds Fixa for his troubles. Does give Shanghai Dragons a fighting chance, a winning opportunity here. As Mag kind of left on his lonesome, has to exit up onto the high ground, but Viper's going in for the hunt.
Should be able to find him as well. Just a couple more blinks. Low HP.
Nice.
We have to find it before Zest can get the trade either. And Zest really wants this kill, but has to respect the fact that the Shanghai Dragons are fully respawned here. I want to play a 4v5 from the Shanghai Dragons to save the day. I think Flitter actually did have enough time to pop the Primal Rage. 1 second, it felt like 1 second had gone by and Flitter should have been able to get the Primal. Maybe it was lag. Maybe he should hold down the Q button, but a 4v5 that was rescued by an EB from Hisu. Some nice kills from Viper there. What was ended up being a prolonged 3k. But a magic and back cap.
Back cap. Okay, an attempt at a back cap, and as they go spilling in over towards the cart, the EMP does greet them, but the kills, again, not going to be found off the back of MN3's EMP. Rally up from Gangnam Jin. You're still going to be holding on to the ult. Skewed now having one of his own. We'll see where he decides to direct that one, but in all likelihood, it's going to be towards Mag. So they continue to just work their way back over towards the cart. So far, about 3.5 minutes have been chewed up here on the time bank from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Gangnam Jin now falling. There's so very low. Somehow hasn't died yet, though, but as I say it, Mag will eventually find him.
Gone.
Gets the kill, gets the stomp on the Viper as well. And yeah, it gets taken away. Fixa will find the shield bash kill, and that'll be the push coming through. Just shy of 3 minutes now remaining for the final stretch.
That's the second time we've seen it. So Monk just did it in the last matchup as well, where he just kind of dies, and as he dies, he pops the Nano, but the Nano never leaves the Ana itself, and so the Nano just went nowhere. I think Eris tried to Nano Flitter, pops it in there, and it's just gone. The Nano's disappeared. It's 2 lost Nanos tonight over 2 matches. The Shanghai Dragons, look at how many ultimates they had. They were in a potentially good position to hold on to B. 2 minutes 30 plus for Soul Infernal and C now. I don't know if they have enough time to cap me in. It is technically possible, but Shanghai Dragons should also be able to hold here. They have the resources, and they can drain this timer right down.
The one big thing they are missing is going to be that rally, but the kill comes in on the skew. That's definitely going to slow the roll
Still
here.
no Primal.
The Infernal, but yeah, Plata going to be taken down. Primal's still not going to be used here in this map. Remember, he actually did use one on the first map. He used it to force out Transcendence from Skewed. But I digress. Pulse Bomb going to be let loose. Viper desperately looking for a kill. Not going to find the connection. Mag goes diving into the back line. Sleep does come across. No one waking him up early. He's just going to be jumping back over to the rest of the team where Fix is going to pop the rally and look to offer up with that green HP. Hack on the Fleta, the Primal rolling. Still, however, going to be focused down to about half HP. Bash on the Hisu. The stun comes across. MN3 able to scoop the kill, and the EMP now going to be held. Now going to be unleashed. Gangnam Jin going to be taken down. The HP bars right now are just not looking healthy at all. Everybody going to get picked off. Viper the last one to fall. As you were wondering if it was going to be enough time, it in fact was. It took him about a minute to be able to get that push across into C.
I mean, it ended up being more than enough time, but I think generally what I'm talking about there for Shanghai Dragons is like they were in a position where they should have bled that time and down to OT. Given the 3 ultimates they had, of which they had full capability of initiating the Hisu's EMP, Fleta once again just failed to get a Primal in there. Maybe he was hacked, but he's just eating everything. He's been slept multiple times by Skewed. He's been hacked repeatedly by MN3. Took him until the end of the map to even get that Primal off, and by that time, the payload from Soul Infernal was already essentially at the cap line. I mean, it was one push away, one small little push away from finishing the map. The fact they did it in 1 minute tells you that Soul Infernal, that entire way through from 2:30 to 1:30, never really stopped pushing. Like, Shanghai Dragons failed to stop the payload basically at any point, and they had every ability to do so. I mean, they were missing what? The rally and potentially the Nano as well, but they were so far ahead of Soul Infernal after having spent nothing on that B defense because it kind of got taken away from them like a rug being pulled out beneath them. Shanghai Dragons just never found any footing, never got any initiation on C. That's really tough to watch.
Well, now onto the attack. We'll see if Shanghai can get themselves towards the end of the map. Granted, it needs to be with time in the bank. Otherwise, they'll just be playing for a draw. As for now,
By the way,
just looking to see if he can get an opening snipe.
Zest is currently deathless, just FYI.
Ah.
Over full 3-point cap, Zest currently deathless.
Oh, goes low. Still continues to attack lower and lower.
I nearly cursed him.
Would have been a pretty swift one had that come through, but he does stay alive, at least for the time being. MN3 as well going to be chunked out as a hack goes across on the Mag, but they're still playing very far forward. Has to jump out to safety, keep himself protected as the anti goes across onto he and Zest.
See how they set this one up? As a reminder, MN3 went all the way to B to set up his translocator. the best flank possible. Hishu currently running with the team, and he's openly SMGing, which is acceptable. He's probably just building for EMP farm rather than straight up looking for a dive or kills. M3 only just gets on 12 HP as well. Threading the needle on that
doesn't have a
HP.
health back. He's got to join back in with the rest of the team now. As Zest again going low, still holds on by a thread, keeps himself alive and in the fight. Pulse bomb nearly at the ready from both of these tracers, but it's going to be Ears taken down first as Skewed finds the opening kill, just lobbing that anti-nade, and Gangnam Jin gets taken down as well. So now with those supports, Zest getting Viper. That's going to be the shutdown here as the team kill comes through at the very last second. They just barely avoided it, I suppose, but either way, a tick and a half gained on the first point for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
Huge opening kill from Skewed as well into Eris. Finished with the nade. Not too sure if there was sleep in there. Speaking of which, Eris punishing MN3 for the second time so far on this map. MN3 wants to go deep. Eris gets the kill. And that allows Shanghai Dragons to find the 5v4, but they got to move. They cannot play this slowly. The Nano's almost online. Time is of the essence here. If MN3 comes back in, it's a 5v5 again. Dragons are slow. Oh my goodness, they're slow.
Yep, Nano goes out first here onto Mag. Pulse bomb from Zest, and Eris is right back into the spawn room. Finds the kill. Gangnam Jin as well under fire. Will eventually fall down as Mag just pursues forward, gets that elimination, and Fleta just can't do enough. The supports fall after the Nano comes across, and they just cannot find the kills that they need.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, look, it's another situation just like Hollywood C defense where Shanghai should be in the lead. They should be in a favorable position. They should have initiative on these fights, and yet they don't. You're in a 5v4. You've just Eris has just made the god play, sleeping MN3, allowing Hishu to catch up on EMP, and to get you that 5v4 play on A, and it just never happens. They're so slow.
MN3 around the back, looking out at Eris' location. Gangnam Jin as well. Noted, so well aware of the positions of both of these supports, now in a spot to try to catch both of them, and you can see just waiting around the corner is Zest and Mag, kind of ready for it, but instead they decide to turn their sights over to Hishu, knowing that he's going to have an EMP online. They find the elimination, the whip shot from Fixa, able to take him down. Mag now just holding the high ground as Fleta has to exit. Was jumping out, but Mag is on the hunt. He wants blood. Doesn't care who it's from. Just tickles him a little bit more, realizes the kills aren't going to come through, and decides to exit.
I respect that from MN3 because he was reading Hisu's situation there. It looks like Hisu wants to go for an EMP as well. If MN3 gets the EMP off as Hisu goes for it, he cancels Hisu's EMP. So he made the high roll play there. It could have been insane. Still won the fight, but Hisu retains the EMP notably. So now it's Dragon's time to strike.
And back across, Mag in an awkward spot here in the security room. Goes low, but doesn't have the problem to rely on. Pops that one flood in the meantime, trying to do very much the same. Gets shield smashed, so as he gets greeted by this rallying Fixa. Gangnam Jin now able to match. Out to the side room, Anti on the 2, Fixa down to about half HP, waiting for some heals to be coming through. Zest, however, now going to be taken down. Viper able to pick up 2 kills. Fixa and Mag taken out. The Sleep Dart goes across, but Skewed is finished off, and it seems like Shanghai Dragons not going to be getting full held. They will be able to push through with 20 seconds remaining, get this cap here on the point A.
That was nicely played, and it starts with the Gangnam Jin as well. He gets a really good whip shot onto Mag as he tries to dive on in towards the main little archway area, and because Mag gets whip shotted, he ends up going security and gets locked in into security by a bunch of Dragons members. He's forced to pop Primal early. Because he's priming that soon, and he's solo by himself, Soul Infernal are massively split. Fleta finds the backline by jumping into Cafe, and he basically locks out both the Soul Infernal supports, and that's how Dragons get their lead. So finally we're seeing something good out of Dragons.
MN3 taken down again, but Anti on the high ground. No way to exit. The leap already burned, ends up falling. That initial kill that they find on the enemy Sombra, unfortunately, doesn't net them much. Instead, they all just fall apart, and the staggers will continue as the enemy Ana as well gets taken down.
Wow. Was that quick, huh? So, you know, small little good play on A for Dragons to get the cap on A, and instantly it is turned around from the Soul Infernal. So, some compliments for the Shanghai Dragons, but short-lived, fleeting, as we call it. 136 is the time they would need to beat, which is essentially impossible now as Shanghai Dragons drop down to 136 themselves on this B attack. They are at risk of being held on B. You have Soul Infernal with full high ground control, 3 ultimates online to the 1 of the Shanghai Dragons. Hisu is more than 35%, or was, in terms of EMP differential between him and MN3. It's going to take a while for Shanghai Dragons to find anything of value to use.
Diving in the back line just with a Nano rolling here onto Mag. And Gangnam Jin under some fire. It's MN3 set up onto the high ground, well into the back. It looks like he's aware of Hisu's positioning. Strays away from it and instead turns his sights over towards the front line so he can find the most impact with this EMP.
Well, they defended against the Nano on Mag pretty well. That's only 1 ultimate there over many. Speaking of nanos, now Flit is the one that receives it.
He's looking for something, but hasn't been able to find anything. EMP out, however. Isu gets the catch on the MN3, and they will be able to set up for the kill. So here's again coming away with one with the anti-nade. Still though, the cart, they have to get moving on this one. 40 seconds remaining. Just about halfway to be. Still quite a lot of distance to be covered.
Flettermeyer has to, he's low HP, I was going to say, potentially considering the primal there, but this time is acute in recognizing that he doesn't have to burn it. Shanghai Dragon's finally getting some decent payload push on B. This is the first major payload push we've seen so far. With about 20 seconds left to go now. They have some reasonable high ground controls while the Ares and Gangnam Jin playing there.
Was widely contested, but now the EMP out. I'm not sure if MN3 actually caught anybody with that one. The way the rally rolling from Gangnam Jin now going to be a match. Mag going to be taken down first and foremost, though. Viper able to pursue and finds that kill. Still holds onto a pulse bomb. Could very easily shut down one of these supports. Skewed waiting
Rally's gone
6%
now.
away. The nano nearly there. The rally's expiring, as you say, on both sides. Mag going to be rejoining. Flutter does have this primal to try to clear out the card.
They need Nano Mag.
Viper playing forward. Trying to cut him out. 1.79 meters left to go. Mag arrives. The nano comes across. Viper still holding onto it. A Hail Mary toss and a pulse bomb, but it's not going to be able to find too much other than a little bit of damage on the Skewed, who Wiley does manage to survive. Mag still low, jumps up onto the high ground, going to be hacked out, but Zest with his own pulse finds Xerus. Hisu, in a Hail Mary attempt, throws out the EMP, but the fight is already far too gone. They get zoned off of the cart. The OT bleeds away, and that's going to be the Soul Infernal moving up 2-0 in the series.
A little bit of resistance there from the Shanghai Dragons, especially considering how they ended up capping A, and that was a reasonably good cap. A few fumbles in there as well. Mag's getting excited as they know they're 2-0 up, and you know, this is what Infernal need after their loss to the Dynasty. They want to bounce back. A 3-0 would do them wonders there. Shanghai Dragons, you know, it was fairly poor all around. A couple of decent things that we saw there. Just small glimpses, Achilleos. Tiny glimpses of light.
Yep, it's there, but it's just not quite coming to fruition. The stars not quite aligning here for the Dragons to be able to find themselves with a win. So unfortunately, now it's match point secured for the Soul Infernal, who are looking to make this relatively quick and easy 3-0.
Last thing I'll say before we head to the break, you remember that I said that Zest was deathless halfway through when we swapped sides? At the end of Hollywood, the completion of the map, Zest only had one death. So he was deathless halfway through, and then on this defensive side, he only died one time.
Well, a great performance from him in particular, and just generally the Soul Infernal. It's making it look easy. Unfortunately for the Dragons, we can see, you know, we see the glimmers, we see the hopes of what could be, but still more work to be done as far as the cohesion and everything is concerned. Nice couple moments there from Iris as well, but we're going to need a whole lot more of that, and then some, if they want to be able to get this next map as a win. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull it off as we get ready to go into Escort, or if it's going to be the Infernal ending this evening a lot earlier than we might have anticipated. So don't go anywhere, guys. The next map is going to be coming up. It's Junkertown in just a couple minutes. And here we go. Looking like a 3-0 right now, unless Shanghai Dragons can pull a miracle out of a hat. Infernal seemingly is going to be running away with this one as we get them to full push on Hollywood and then successfully hold in front of B to go ahead and give themselves match point.
And this was the point last week where, you know, Fleta pulled out the Sigma and it looked okay. It was like passable, workable. You can work with that. And it allowed the Shanghai Dragons to have what was their closest map of the 3-0 series versus the Hangzhou Spark. And now a similar precarious situation. They're 0-2 down. It's match point. So Infernal look very clean. They look like far and away the better team here, as expected. And these stats will unfortunately not give Fleta any. You're right. It is completely mean. So I mean, we already knew. I mean, this confirms everything we already knew.
It just
to
paints
no
it in
one's surprise.
a much more detailed light. You know, this is like comparing a Bob Ross painting to something that your 3-year-old drew. It's just so much more detail.
I think you could just about do a one-to-one comparison of everybody in the Soul Infernal versus their counterparts, and it would look fairly similar. Maybe outside of Eris, who was maybe the one standout, but stat-wise, you wouldn't see it. Just the 2 sleeps got an M and 3 were truly critical, even though, sadly, I don't think Dragons got much out of those. That's the real disappointing part. But the point I was trying to make in terms of talking about Fleta and map number 3 and the Sigma is there's a question mark out there. They could play it again on Junkertown. It is a pretty viable hero in terms of comp style. I also think generally Sigma double flex support is a good comp for Dragons, considering you got 2 flex supports anyway. Gangnam Jin is traditionally a flex support player, not a main support player, even though he played it all the last year and he's playing it now. He has that flex support background, which means they can play Sigma double flex well. Hisu can snipe. He's a renowned enough hit scanner to do that. I think there's a fair shot. I mean, if you want to be like Dallas Fuel, where you kind of just, you know, cut off all the fat and just say, what are we as a team? Who are we really? What are we actually good at? You play the comps and you play the heroes you are actually good at. And for Shanghai Dragons, I think it's Sigma double flex.
I think it's Flood on Tracer as well. Not that Viper's necessarily.
Then who plays tank, huh?
Yeah, I think you just go
Baby
tankless.
just comes in and plays tank.
Just go tankless. Just allow him to go, you know, 3 DPS, 2 healers. See what happens.
Mate, this is not the Season 2 Overwatch League anymore, where Shanghai Dragons can just play 3 DPS and all that.
Yeah. So it is not. Well, we'll get into Junkertown now and see if this can be the staging ground. But for now,
once again,
yeah, seeming like it's going to be the Fleta. Yeah, it's the Fleta Winston.
Let's say, speaking of Season 2 Dragons, once again, Ding is observing this, so he's just watching the Dragons in 2023 and remembering how Dragons were in 2019.
Sorry, Ding.
Which are actually not as good as Dragons in 2021, so there's also that.
True.
So going over towards the break. It's a full mirror matchup. Mag's not even going the ball. We suspected that maybe ball could be seen here from Mag.
Yeah. Not opting for it. Double anti out on the Fleta and Gangnam Jin. That'll expires. A hack comes across. I mean, Zest is just completely untouched, so get the hack down, but no real damage or threat going to be found. MN3 in the meantime, he's been taking his time with building up towards his own hack, and oh, great arrival. Hisu almost helps deliver that kill. Would have been the first blood found as Mag tries to contest here onto the mid ground, just pushing them off the corner, but widely does have to make his exit, jumping back away as Cart now very much loaded up into the death zone.
We can exit there fairly soon. I mean, this is the last real good defendable position for Dragons on A. So they have to do everything in their power to maintain this payload positioning. Otherwise, A is going to get out of control. This is where you got to pay attention to the Sombra EMPs as well. Hisu, miles ahead of M3.
Yeah, he's been racking up this EMP charge really rapidly. Well, pace for pace, but oh my god, it gets it canceled, I believe. No, it does go across.
No,
it does
he got
manage
it
to
off.
find a couple people, but the kill is found. MN3 drawing first blood. Dive in from Fleta. Does get the stomp there onto Fixa. It's one of the supports out of the fight. The Cart's still advancing forward. Fleta going to arrive and interrupt that one as MN3 tries to continue posturing up. EMP now going to be online for him as Mac is going to be taking a nap in the back lines. Nano up, goes again, diving in, looking for Iris. He's down about half HP. Gangnam Jin doing his damnedest to keep him rallied, keep him supported, keep him in this fight. But now Primal comes across. Hisu rejoining, will find one. MN3 eliminated. EMP still going to be in the pocket. As they finally do manage to take down the enemy. Ana and Gangnam Jin's going to be taken down as well. Zest scooping up 2 quick kills. Cart just 3 meters away from pushing in, and Now they've cleared out Viper. That will be enough. 4.5 minutes now remaining as the gate will open up and they can start the stretch to B.
I mean, macro-wise, Shanghai Dragons didn't even necessarily do anything really wrong there. They actually got quicker ultimates in Soul Infernal. All things accounted for, mate, not Flatter versus Mag, but everybody else, Hisu especially, got that gigantic EMP early. He did die during, which is not ideal, so it is 4v5. But they have the earlier nano. They have the earlier rally. In fact, they used the rally. Fix still got his rally. They didn't even have to use it. Shanghai Dragons burned all those ultimates and got nothing out of it, and the snowball continues. Possessed lobbing the pulse bomb to Eris.
Huge pick, the hack on the Gangnam Jin as well. And he's just antied out, no way to survive. MN3 will get taken down as Split pops the primal in this position with the supports dead. He's got no healing, and yeah, they should be able to chase him and get this kill. And Zest will do just that. Talk about Snowball, this one is... I won't say a bad word. This one is enormous. Let's just go with that.
First of all, I don't think the primal should play there, but that's obvious. But if you are going to primal, what you need to do is stall payload. They had no payload stall there. You go for trades. Trades won't really help you in this position yet. Depends if you can actually touch or not. Which they will be able to do. Infernal should have all 5 though. Is it a cap? Nearly.
Oh, unless they push out, EMP greets 2. Damage not being found in the Viper and Flutter though, so for now they're going to be fine. Hisu builds up an EMP of his own. He lets it loose immediately. Shield bash out on the 2 though. And it's going to be Flutter nearest getting taken down. Even with the EMP coming through, it's just not enough to win them the fight. The damage is done yet again. It's 4.5 minutes as Infernal just stormed their way to this cap.
They barely stopped pushing. I mean, on A, they had some slowdown that, you know, the payload was stuck in the kill box for some time, which is standard. And they've deleted. That's actually a really nice play there. So they spotted MN3, deleted the translocator, got the kill once again. Eris killing MN3 has been the one shining spot for Dragons. 3 maps in a row. Can they use that for something, though?
One could hope. 7-3 up to 53%. Shots across skew, just looking to keep Mag nice and topped up here. Build up towards that next nano.
Nano flitter. Surely.
But now he's hacked. Okay, as he goes to jump forward. Oh, but the wake up! Oh, somebody woke up the angry scientists, and that is going to cost them dearly. Flutter stands up, finds fixes. Skew taken now on Viper as well. Zest in the meantime still commits the pulse bomb to the fight, finds the Iris, and Hisu is going to be traded out. So Infernal suddenly in with a shout. Gangnam Jin dead as well. So while Flutter dives the back line alongside Viper, they might find a couple kills, but the rest of the team of the Shanghai Dragons gets torn asunder, and the card is once again pushing.
Yeah, the reverse dive coming through from Soul Infernal is actually even better. That's 3 kills from Soul Infernal versus just the 2 from Shanghai Dragons. And while that's happening, as you mentioned, payload continues moving. That's the most important part. We're on for a really good time here with a hack onto Viper and the kill. Dragons, they might just have to bite the bullet and contest anyway.
Yeah, Hisu doing everything in his power to try to get this EMP online. And granted, he does have a nice little bullet sponge and Mag right in front of him. And now Mag pops the primal, wants to juggle him around a bit. Will make his exit. Backs away, and that does get them to the EMP. Get to the counter EMP now coming through, and it is. Fix are going to fall. Skewed as well. He's down low on HP. Throws out that nade to go ahead and boost his HP back up, and he does not have a sleep to try to peel Flutter off of him, so eventually will go down. So now able to
he actually slept Flutter, but he woke up Flutter afterwards. He slept Flutter, and then he woke up Flutter himself.
So that was a bad idea. As it turns out, it's Zest trying to exit, cannot. A little added stagger going to be found here, and the cart will be halted, but with 2 minutes and 25, just a couple meters left to go, it seems like the Infernal should inevitably be able to finish the map.
You think so, but Infernal reset here. They lost all positioning. Flutter getting the 2 kills he did was actually pretty insane. Again, off the back of Skewed, funnily enough, kind of just destroying his own good play there. And if he actually, I think if he kept Flutter asleep, I think Infernal would have won that fight, legitimately. But here we are.
Nano out. Infernal still holding their own. Mag even down to half HP. They don't decide to commit it until after that anti is gone. Pulse bomb from Viper, not going to be able to find anything. Hisu and Viper also so dangerously low, and Zest is able to get in there, weaves through that melee hit, finds the kill, gets the pulse bomb off as well off screen to take down Flutter. Well, Fix up scouting as best as he possibly can, just looking to cleave and whip shot anybody away from this card who even comes close, and well, no one's going to be able to do just that. So 1 minute and 38 seconds remaining as we will see the Infernal get to the end of Junkertown.
I actually I used the time stone. I did see a potential there for Shanghai Dragons to make a comeback on that last defense. Because Mag died, technically a 4v4 with Viper respawning, and the respawns heavily favor the Dragons. So if they just get another touch going, Viper then dances around the payload, Flutter gets back in there before Mag. There's a real possibility that Shanghai Dragons actually hold that one. But the cap came through. Fixer, I think, got the shield bash onto whoever was trying to touch from the Dragons, and that ended up being it. Not the gigantic time back we thought it was going to be. That's like the only silver lining. They walked into C with 4:30, I believe. 3 minutes of that got burnt down. So Shanghai Dragons was a good effort, but the expected map finish does come through.
Let's get started.
And now again, I mean, they're in this position where they themselves need to push. They're starting first on that defense. So now onus is on them to make it to the end of the map. Obviously, given that we're here on escort, doesn't matter if it's with time or without, but you don't want to give a full minute over to the side of the Infernal in extra innings. Let's see how they
The real
fare.
task will be to see if Dragons even get this full cap. I mean, there's a real world where, I mean, a full hold on A is not impossible here if they just get straight up diffed. I mean, there were several fights, and not just this map, but over the course of the series where Shanghai Dragons, despite the lead, the macro lead, the economical resource lead, they couldn't win those fights. They're just not getting the same level of impact.
Yeah.
Their ults, I mean, you can connect a 3-man EMP and Dragons will just fail to get any kills there. It's happened multiple times.
Quick hack around the back, looking for Mag. Just widely leap out to safety. Isuch rushes forward, grabs the mini pack here on the side room. Arch is steadily being brought up. And let's see, I mean, respect being shown. Infernal not really overcommitting. Skew just rotating out, getting himself up onto the high ground, getting himself into a little bit of a safer position so that he doesn't get dove on. Well, M3 tries to draw some attention here into the back line. Hisu, got 10 HP remaining. Looks like he finally will go ahead and get bumped back up.
A lot of limit testing here, but sometimes that's what you got to do to be able to maximize ult charge gain, and Hisu is able to do so enough that he's once again leading over M3, but can Dragons find this EMP early and actually make use of it? Payload positioning is not bad. They've already got to the end of the kill box here, nearly into the open. That's what they want.
Back onto Hisu, but not under too much duress. A bit of damage out from Zest will finally force him back. That does give Zest that faster pulse. Gangnam Jin down to about half HP. We'll see if Zest wants to commit this now or if he wants to try to wait.
Nano's there. Super early, way ahead of him, Skewed. This will be the chance for Dragons to strike. But once again, they're taking their time.
Nade out, Flutter gonna get caught. Viper, he gets fix up and he dies to his own pulse bomb. A 1-for-1 at the end of the day, granted. Faster run back, so still not too bad here for the side of the Dragons, but they need something else to play off of. This gets jumped on for just a little bit, the card advancing forward. Says not wanting to play this one by himself, and Mag in need of some healing. So they give up a little bit of distance here to the side of the Shanghai Dragons. EMP goes out, however, Hisu just getting his own. It's gonna be the first one to fall, the only one to fall to that.
And it might be the only kill you need here as well. Shanghai Dragons, they have to go backwards now. They lose all positioning there. Hisu has to reset up. Now, that's a pretty reasonable advantage to use his EMP to be able to get this cap payload position once again. It's fairly reasonable. Mag looking for the big plays.
There he goes. That's Irrespective sailing off the side of the map, and unfortunately, it seems like it might just be the same fate here for Gangnam Jin. He's desperately fighting against it, but even though he will avoid getting knocked off the side of the map, Mag will still claim him all the same. But in the meantime, taken down as Zest just picks up 2 off screen. Viper being the last one. Minute and 45
EMP
remaining.
got used that fight. EMP got used that fight.
Oh,
so the one really big tool that Dragons needed is off the table now, which means the risk of being full held has suddenly increased drastically. What are we looking at? Era 78? That's about the one big tool they can use, but Nano hasn't been the most glorious of ultimates for the Shanghai Dragons in terms of actual impact, and it's not Eris's fault either. He puts it on the right target. It's for Shanghai Dragons afterwards to be able to find the value after Nano is deployed. Oh, that's not a normal pulse.
No, not at all. Fall must have been on cooldown. He's just coming away with that one.
They're going to commit 4v5.
They're going for it. We're running out of time. 4 seconds remaining, and as he goes in with a primal, Sleep comes across. Flutter up on the ground for a little bit longer there. Now going to be hacked on the follow-up as they look to just go ahead and work him down lower and lower, and if they can, it's going to be monstrous. But Viper does come in from behind, catches Mag unawares, finds him with a pulse, and this is a window of opportunity now once again for the Shanghai Dragons.
Well, Soul Infernal just have to chill. They have to wait for Mag. No one's on the payload. They're not forcing anything. But with M3 just finding Gangnam Jin in the backline, Shanghai Dragons once again, they're 4v5. They have a player advantage. Fled is coming back from spawn. Mag is recently dead, and Dragons are doing nothing on the payload. No pressure at all.
It's not much more pressure now on Hisu. 3% to go for the EMP, and this needs to be everything. They really don't have any other ults to work with. The Nano's going to be available. The Primal as well for Mag. Maybe Gangnam Jin can get the rally online, but they need to get this push.
It's going to be Miracle EMP.
It's only going to be 2.5 minutes.
Where's Hisu?
Nano into the back line. The EMP comes across, skewed. The peel coming through at the moment. He's trying to stay alive, and so far it's working a treat. This gets juggled out of line of sight, though, and they manage to confirm the kill, but M3 in the meantime, he finds Gangnam Jin, and that's going to be the rally taken out of the fight. Full support's going on
No
either
supports.
team. Mag, though, has a lot more staying power. He's got this primal rolling, and Zest nearly has another pulse. Isu can't exit, ends up getting zapped down. Mag trying to pull back around the corner, ends up getting hounded down. Viper finding the kill. His own pulse now online, pops the recall, stays in this, but now is this the lone member trying to juggle this OT, and he's gonna get shut down. MN3 re-arrives, pops him in the back of the head, and that'll be it. The full hold comes to fruition as the Soul Infernal fortunately made quick work with Shanghai Dragons, delivering a dominant 3-0.
That's the Soul Infernal that we wanted to see on day number 1, week number 1. Seoul Dynasty, though, a much better opponent than the Shanghai Dragons, and gave them a lot more of a difficult matchup here. It didn't seem like Soul Infernal were really all that tested. They weren't pressured. As I've said multiple times over the course of our 3-0 here, Dragons, even when they're ahead, they're never really pushing advantages. They're never really claiming space, putting the pressure on the Soul Infernal. It doesn't really feel like Soul are down one member there. They might lose a play. MN3 might just get slipped and killed by Eris again, which has happened multiple times, but it doesn't make a damn difference for the Soul Infernal. They can be in a 4v5 and have it not feel like a 4v5 at all, because Dragons spend far too much time sitting on their hands. They couldn't get past A, and even when they had ultimates, it just feels like they don't get the value out of the ultimates. They can put the ultimates on the right plays. You can nano flitter, you can EMP a bunch of members of the Soul Infernal far too many times. Despite ultimates connecting, the kills are simply not there.
Just unfortunately brutal, and clearly, you know, one of the things that needs to be built up is that cohesion. But before we get into that talk, we'll go ahead and talk about our player of the match, which is going to be Skewed. And I think that this one might be a little interesting for some people. I think
Skewed.
that Skewed had a fantastic performance here today. Got to show us some of the Zenyatta as well at the very beginning. Personally, I know that you and we were leaning more towards Zest. I think especially after Junkertown, should have been maybe in his hands, but Skewed also had an incredible series.
Yep. Except for that one whoopsie onto Flitter. He gave Flitter one of Flitter's better clips so far this year, let's be honest. Due to Skewed sleeping and then wake. It's not even like he slept and then shot Flitter. No, he straight up sleeps Flitter and then nades him. Yeah. Like, how do you do that? I don't really understand. But it is his play of the game, so I'm not gonna roast this guy during his own play of the match. I'll be a little bit more careful than that. Yeah, I think everyone in Soul Infernal had a great game, Skewed included. He had some, to be fair, Flitter was like perma-slept by Skewed, like the entire game. So that happened a decent amount, and we're seeing some good moments from the highlight reel right now. You don't see a lot of support player of the matches, so you take them where you can. Moments like this as well, all brilliant stuff. I mean, Skewed finally coming out of the shadow of Shu a little bit and getting to play some Overwatch just in general instead of being benched behind Shu, but also getting to play some other heroes that are just not Zen, because he was primarily a Zen or break specialist on Glads.
It's looking good. A really strong performance, like you said, from everybody on the side of Infernal. Just not really a bad performance that you could particularly, point out. Mag showed us, even new things like the Orisa that hadn't been spotted before, and picks up around victory on Nepal with it. But Skewed taking it away, repping the supports here with this player of the match win.
Yep. Soul Infernal looking comfortable in this match. Not the cleanest game, but I think, there was a bit of chaos in this. Sometimes when you play up against teams like Shanghai Dragons, who you definitely are clearly better than, but they kind of make the game a little bit more chaotic. Some mistakes can be made here. But for Soul Infernal, this is such an expected result. They had the same 3-0 versus Dragons last year, but a completely different scenario. They were the underdog team. Dragons were the defending champions. Here, Dragons, bit of a shade of their former selves. Soul Infernal, you could argue upgraded. A lot of people were down on Mag this season, but I think Mag has so far shown some pretty good stuff. Again, not that I watched much Washington Justice, but I imagine he's playing much better than he was on that team. And this is, Mag maybe starting to go on the journey and reaching his potential while being backed by players like Skewed, who has multiple titles behind him from the Glads days.
I mean, I'm all for it. Mag's been, we were talking about it last week, one of those really hyped up players that we just haven't really gotten to see those great results, those accolades earned from him. And maybe this could be the season. Because right now, I mean, Soul Infernal looking good. Again, this is a bit of a lopsided matchup, just given the recency of the changes and just how drastic the changes are for the side of the Dragons. But they still were able to push the Dynasty into that 5-map series. So it's clearly the Infernal still very much here to compete and are looking for that first place finish, looking for that title that has been eluding them. We'll see if maybe this could in fact be the year. For the side of Shanghai Dragons, still a lot of workshopping to be done, it would seem. One of the things that I'm noticing a lot is Hisu setting up a hack, gets it, and then there's nobody else there for the follow-up. No Fleta diving in. You're not seeing Viper joining in on the Tracer to really try to isolate and take down those targets. So it seems like there's still some things that need to be cleaned up, and they unfortunately need to clean them up fairly quickly.
Now we can use this chance to talk a little bit about the old Dragon Slayer himself.
Okay.
That's the guy that I've been thinking about a lot of it. I know we both thought like Zest probably could have been player of the match. I want to point out a couple of things here in terms of why I felt like, again, not that Skew doesn't deserve it, but why I felt like Zest earns that nickname, especially in this matchup. He was the kill leader in terms of final blows for all 3 maps. He was the damage leader for all 3 maps. This is across both teams, by the way, not just his own team. And then on top of that, you remember how I said he only died once on Hollywood?
Yeah.
I just checked the stats. He actually died once on Hollywood, also only once on the pole, and also only once on Junkertown. So across 3 maps, he only died 3 times total, 1 time per map. While being the kill leader and the damage leader, not just for his team, the whole lobby.
Yeah, that's
why I think Zest should have been player of the match. Again, not that I'm saying that Skew doesn't deserve anything, but brother Zest is doing something.
It was, for those of you who are with us there, the Zest faithful believing in the Dragon Slayer himself. It was Ding, our observer, of course, and former member of the Shanghai Dragons, who was the swing vote to go ahead and give that one over to Skewed. But I think that it's another one of those moments where you could make a solid argument for just about anybody on the team. I don't think that you could really make a poor argument for anybody on the side of Infernal, because everybody had their moments. But Zest was putting up some pretty crazy numbers, and the fact that he only dies 3 times is kind of insane, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, I think that this is good, because like I kind of teed up when we were getting ready to go into this matchup well before the podcast had started and everything. If you come away from this match with anything other than a fairly clean 3-0 as the Infernal, you're probably getting a bit concerned, because on paper, given what we've seen, given what the expectations are, you do anticipate to come away with a 3-0. So I think this is pretty much jiving up exactly as we had expected, as far as the result goes.
I think it would have been a little concerning for Infernal not to have taken this one 3-0. I'm trying to be a little bit respectful towards Dragons here, but let's be clear. Dragons are the much, widely considered underdog here for all the notable reasons that have already been said. And unfortunately, unlike the Dallas Field, there's no comeback to be found, at least so far this week. Dallas Field, at least, versus what many consider to be the best team in the East currently in the Hangzhou Spark, Dallas looked very competitive, and Rush turned around and did something cool for that team. But here for the Shanghai Dragons with Moon and Fleta, it looks just like last week again. Nothing really changed in our week. They're playing the same comps. The Winston still looks extremely average. I would have loved to have seen this team try something else on Junkertown. Maybe the Sigma double flex.
The Queen.
Maybe they don't. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know what Fleta his. No one knows really what his history on any of these tank heroes are, because he didn't have to play any of this last year.
Aside from Echo, that's it. That's the sample size. But
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunately see. But all we can hope for is that there's going to be some, continued development and improvement as the weeks go on. I mean, we know that everybody on that team can be a high caliber player. Viper, obviously, rookie year, trying to very much prove himself, and I think that he's had a decent amount of impact. But we know what each player is individually capable of. Maybe a little bit less so with Fleta picking up a new role, but just given his ability at the game across many a year, you would expect that he should be able to find his footing with this. It might just take some more time, and unfortunately, there's just not that much.
I want to be clear as well. Like I think although the memes are funny, but it's a wider team issue. I don't think it's entirely fair to blame one individual. Like, it's definitely this guy's fault. It's definitely that guy's fault, because even when things are going well, the team in general is not coming together in a way that is resulting in any sort of anything resembling a win, because I've noted multiple times during these 3 maps where it felt like Dragons should have been ahead. They led on macro and resource or X or Y or other thing, and they just did nothing with it. There was coordination issues.
Yeah.
You know, you can get 2, 3, 4-man EMPs and somehow no one dies there. Just all these things. I mean, you can't just blame one person for that. There's clearly a team issue happening here where things are just not connecting the way they're supposed to be, and they're not winning in situations where they're clearly ahead. They start out ahead, they start out favorable, and yet they still lose. That's a team issue. That's not an individual issue.
Well, hopefully that can be built up. I mean, Fuel, in that same regard, they were looking pretty incohesive. They were looking, very disjointed. They looked a hell of a lot better in that regard here today. So hopefully the Dragons can also kind of trend in that direction. Make sure that when they are trying to execute dives, when Hisu is going in for a hack target, that Viper and Fleta are ready to pounce on that target, so they can go ahead and find that quick and easy pick, and then try to snowball, the rest of the map from there. But obviously it's not just like you said, it's not just one player. It's across the board. There's issues, and these are things that are going to be worked on and improved in time.
You'd hope so.
Yeah, I will. That's a good point. We hope that that's going to be the case. It should be the case, because Moon, no slouch. You can give him criticism for how this is put together for this year, but we know what results he's been able to deliver in the past. So I don't think that, obviously, he's not going to be happy with any of this. He's going to want to push the players harder. The players are going to want to push themselves harder. So we're just going to be hopeful that things do trend in an upward direction here for Shanghai Dragons as we go deeper week over week. But for Infernal, something to be excited about, as well as for the Dallas Fuel. We got to see them play today. They're going to be playing again tomorrow, but this time it's going to be on land. So we will get to see the Fuel in front of the crowd. Infernal kind of already got that initial exposure at the WDG studio. Now it's going to be the Dallas Fuel's first turn, having to play on a stage here in Korea in a while. Obviously, show match, they're familiar with the studio, but it's going to be a very different vibe and a much more high stakes matchup. So I'm hoping that is also going to be a match where both teams very much deliver, and we get a really crazy series out of that, because that feels like in front of the crowd, that's where you want it to go to 5 maps.
And it's a far more, I think, difficult game for Infernal, given how well Dallas played up against Hangzhou Spark. And
sure,
you'd have to imagine for Dallas as well, perhaps, maybe on paper, a slightly easier game going up against the Infernal, even though MN3 and Zest are pretty crazy in their own right. They can basically do very similar things here. Look, they've proven the Junker Queen counter comp versus the dive of the Winston can work. If it'll work on Gushui, you better be damn sure it should work on Mag. So for Dallas Fuel, I feel like it's fairly clear what the game plan will be versus the Infernal, which just come down to whether they can fix a couple of mis-executions like we saw on the Colosseo map. So I think Dallas Fuel, hopefully, will have something to look forward to versus Infernal, but Infernal, again, are no slouches. They played Dynasty extremely close. 3-0 the Dragons. Dynasty themselves will go on to play the Guangzhou Charge as well. So that's going to end up happening where Guangzhou look kind of scary.
Alrighty. Well, 7 maps played across 2 series, but some fairly one-sided affairs in both scene. And only 3.5 hours since the broadcast began. We had a podcast and everything. So I think overall, a fairly eventful day. But hopefully the next 2 days here in this second weekend of the 2023 season will deliver some more hyped results. Again, the big one to watch for me going into tomorrow is going to be Infernal versus Fuel. Can't wait to get my eyes on that one. It's going to be hopefully another 5 mapper, as long as the Fuel can deliver much in the same way that we saw the Dynasty. But I mean, it's actually kind of a stacked day across the board now that I take a closer look at it, because then you've got Dynasty versus the Guangzhou Charge, who looked absolutely superb in their opening series.
Yeah, it's going to be a good weekend because we have at least one more LAN match here between Fuel and Infernal. We'll get one day. And then Dynasty Charge, where that's going to be very interesting. We'll see if Charge get to repeat the magic. I think Charge have earned their praise, but let's see them do it twice. Let's see them do it versus the Dynasty as well. Beyond that as well, I'll even hype up the third day matches. You've got Dynasty versus Dragons, where previously that would have been a giga banger, but here I'm not too sure anymore. And then we have the best match of the week, and maybe of this part of the regular season in the Eastern Division anyway, the showdown between Guangzhou Charge and Hangzhou Spark. Possibly, and I really do mean possibly, the 2 best teams in this region currently. Maybe.
I mean, that could be the decider as far as who's that number 1, who's that number 2. Obviously, Dynasty is certainly going to want to continue to throw their hat in the ring for that one and maintain that moniker that they have had for so very long. But I think that just about does it for us here today. So unfortunately, a little bit faster than we might have anticipated, faster than we might have hoped. But it is what it is. And we can just hope that with a little bit of rest and respite that the fuel will be able to reset themselves and get ready for that series versus Infernal up in front of that crowd, because that's going to be certainly one to check out. And I am just keeping fingers, toes, everything crossed that is going to go to 5, because if it doesn't, I'm going to be sad. I'm going to be very, very sad.
We'll have the potential to. We'll have the potential to. And Dallas is still looking for that first one of the season. Infernal just got their first one of the season, so I think that's a bit of a shoulder lifted off the back, which is important for the team. And Dallas, they'll find it eventually. And I say that because there's a particular match in week 3 where they might get that win, but I don't have to bring that up. We don't have to talk about that one right now. But maybe it'll happen before week 3. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe. Time will tell. Still waiting for the call to let me know that we can close the show. So we're just going to chill here a little bit and talk about how excited we are about tomorrow's matches and everything like that. I don't believe we're not on that tomorrow.
We can close the show.
We will be out. We will be absent tomorrow, but it's okay. You'll be in good hands, so don't worry. And then myself and Avril will see you back here again for Sunday's matches. But yes, that does now do it for us here today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Make sure you tune in and watch NA and all of that other stuff that's going to be happening, because, support the other region, I guess. Why not? Bye. I'm done.